Peter Obi. Peter Obi, where his brother's building or factory in Lagos was destroyed with no notice. And you are telling me it's a country? No, just tell me, is that a country? Tell me. Your sweat. Can you ever see, or have you ever seen Nigeria demolishing the property of a Togolese in Nigeria? No, you know, let's start with a just simple thing. Something you can, that is verifiable. Have you ever seen the house of a Cameroonian national being destroyed like this in Lagos, in Abuja? No, tell me now. Make researches. You know, here we open your eyes because you are looking, you think your eyes are open, but they are not. It's not connected to your frontal lobes. Your frontal lobes were shut. Only your physical eyes are open for you to see food you will eat, to see money. But that frontal lobe is not thinking. Have you ever seen where a Cameroonian, they have buildings, you have a nationals, you know, I'm just talking even Africans from other countries. Have you ever seen an Ivorian person's building? Or do you think they don't have buildings in Lagos, in Abuja, in Kanu, in you think there are no foreigners? They have. Have you ever seen somebody crying at home? You are destroying my house. I am from Benin Republic. I'm not even in Nigeria. I bought this house since 50 years. Or I bought the land, I built the house since 50 years. I built my family. They destroy it without, you know, notice. Or they notice me the day before yesterday. They are destroying it. Have you ever seen it? We become international episode. It will now, the country will take it. The country, I mean, the nation of that individual, be him from Benin Republic, from Cameroon, if Nigerian government destroys his building the way they are destroying the properties, the buildings of Igbo people, and the highest form of wickedness, they don't even tell you in time to go and take your anything inside, your properties inside. They destroy everything. If you have, you know, some buildings can have machines that even cost more than the building. They destroy everything for you to know that they know what they are doing. Only Igbo man, stubborn Igbo man, he don't know. What he's seen is that money he's touching. Now we make gain today for Teju Show Market in Lagos. Now he go sell his okrika, make a gain, and they come. Now wow, God there, God is in control. Now this is December. I'm getting that is only thing that occupies his brain. He never think anything deeper. He never think anything deeper. As I was saying before, do you listen to the Kunle and Alhaji bugged telephone conversation that we play here on Radio Biafra almost every time? I used to play it almost every time before, and I will revisit it and start playing it. Maybe some of our people's frontal lobe might be reactivated again when hearing it. That they will deal with Igbo people. Alhaji say, he told Kunle that their plan was they will deal with Igbo people and they will become politically irrelevant. They will become irrelevant in anything. That things they are doing, they will even they will import the foreigners to be doing it for them instead of Igbo man to do it. Sometimes I used to ponder. I never understand this type of hatred against Igbo people. Oh, how does it start? What is the cause? Please, if line opens, any person can please educate us, because sometimes I can never understand You cannot tell me it's only because of Zogo killed Saddam of Sokoto. No, it's not that. It's above. It's above that thing. I don't know where it originated. It's too vehement. The hatred is incomparable. You are with the people in one country and you say you will deal with them, and bring foreigners to replace them, doing so that you make them poor. And you are one Nigeria. And the worst part of it is this. The worst part of it is this. That the Igbo people, that these plans are for, they don't do as if they don't take any precaution, nothing. They behave as if everything is okay. I don't know. As I was saying before, let me tell you, one of their major plans is this. Do you see? Anything they do to you, to Igbos, they think, you say no, you are stubborn. It doesn't affect you. They will be bringing foreigners with money, Chinese mostly, Indians and Chinese. They will enter into that retail trade, retailing, because many of our people are in trading. They will now destroy that business. You go to China, destroy that business. You go to China, you bring all these electronics. You put your commission. After spending flights, you put both the money you use clearing the goods, the money you paid for your tickets, everything, food you eat. When you add, now you subtract, you sell the goods to make gain, isn't it? They will bring Chinese from manufacturing in China. Once they finish manufacturing, China, when they enter one business, they spoil. You can't do any, you cannot compete again. Now, when they manufacture in China, they bring it direct to Nigeria. And Nigeria government will give them weaver. Clearing, first of all, from manufacturing direct to retailing, it will be very cheap because there is no middleman like you as a trader. That is a trading. You're a middle person, a middleman, a middle person to each commission because you carry it from point A to point B. So that is how you make a living. That is what we should understand. That as traders, not manufacturers, we are just making commission. Our people are just commission takers. You go and negotiate how much is for one television in China is $10. Okay, $10. Now you buy it $10. After you put because you calculate everything. After you put another $20. Listen, now both clearing everything, you put $20 or $30. Now the price go up to you'll be selling it $40 or $50, isn't it? But the Chinese that made it, when they will bring it from that cost of price of $10, which is from they manufacture it. Now, when they put transportation, maybe transportation each will be $5. You are selling $40 or $40, right? Now in Nigeria to the retailers, I mean to the consumers. But Chinese, you buy it from them, but they will bring it direct now. Everything will be cheaper because their transportation, everything will be cheaper. When they come to Nigeria, Nigerian government will take little or nothing, give them weaver, clearing weaver. They weave, they clear it. Why are they doing it? To do everything against the Igbo man. So they don't pay for clearance, port clearance. Now, they will give them, it's agreement with the Chinese government. Now, when they bring that television, you are selling $40. Now, Chinese will be selling it $15. Do you think once they are selling you $15, everybody leave you? You are out of business. Complete. In a mall that is very huge. You don't have anybody can go there and buy. You are shop in Alaba, waiting for somebody to come and buy your television $40. But in the mall, the same television is being sold $15. Is it not to knock you out of business? You are out. You'll be crying. That is the plan of the caliphate, Nigerian government. And they will do it. They will do it. But do you have any other plan? No. Support what we are doing so that we look for black goat, dark goat when there is still daylight. And you say no, you are making money. They will block money. Look, listen, continue listening to Peter Obi. Listen to him. Listen to him. He is crying. Nigeria happens to his brother. Listen. People are complaining, yes, but it is understandable. Please, you have to bear with me. Sometimes what we see on this studio is something you cannot fathom. Sometimes resilience always surpasses. That is it. So we must continue, please. So I want to, I want to continue playing on this. P2B. I want to continue playing on P2B's reaction as Nigeria happens to his brother and he's complaining. This is
He said to me that the land, the company land, Nest Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years, belonging to them. And just on Sunday, I came back from the US, and my younger brother told me he urgently wants to see me. And I saw him yesterday on my way to Abuja. He said to me that the land, the company land, Nest Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years, belonging to them, and some people just jumped into it and said they are the owner, that they have got injunction, and that they are about to start demolition. I said, okay, we'll go to court. They won't demolish it without having proper documentation and everything. But yesterday, he called me. He said they've removed the roof out. They brought 3 tractors, 2,000, demolition everywhere as fast as they can. And I said, no, I'll leave Abuja this morning. Let me go there personally. He said all effort for them to enter there, they've been refused even enter. And they've chased out the people who are living there. So there's nothing they can do. That's how I came from Abuja. We first flight this morning from Abuja. Drove to this place. Asked the people, who authorized it to the money? They said they have cut injunction. That the owner gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. They just gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. Can I see the court injunction and see who the owner is, the person who is now claiming his shield? They gave me the court injunction. The court injunction explicitly said unknown person. How can you sue an unknown person? I said the land belongs to you. A land with property. And within yesterday and today, you demolish the property. Look at it. They've removed the roof, they removed everything. Okay, give me your proper documentation, demolition orders, because even if you want to demolish the house, you go to the state, they give you order to demolish, give you appropriate documentation, bring safety people and them, so that we know you're doing what is none. It's only while I'm here now that some people came and said they are safety order. What kind of country is this? How did you descend to this level of rascality? How can you show a non person? Enter somebody's land and everything. I've been here for 4 hours. I've not seen one person who comes and says, I'm the owner. 3 people or 2 or 3 people have appeared. Are you the owner? No, I'm not. But I'm acting on behalf. I said, so who is the owner? No name. They've not called the name. I said, but you know my name. I'm Peter. I want to know the next person so I can even approach him and say, please, this land belongs to a company that my brother is the majority shareholder. The country can't go on like this. We're looking for foreign investors. We're looking for investors. But look at how local investors are being treated. Is that how a country can thrive? This level of lawlessness, this level of rascality.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
See the equipment that are here. You can see things that are here. Nobody could remove anything. Is that how I come to work? They just came suddenly, started demolition. You know, if my brother didn't have a brother like me, they would. He wanted to enter here. They said, no, you can't enter. We are caught injunction. What about caught injunction that allows somebody to enter into another person's property, refuse him for removing his things and everything, and demolishing everywhere? What about caught injunction is that? We are finished with the country. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Just yesterday, just on Sunday, I came back from the US. And my younger brother told me he urgently wants to see me. And I saw him yesterday on my way to Abuja. He said to me that the land, the company land, Nest Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years, belonging to them, that some people just jumped into it and said they are the owner, that they have cut injunction, and that they are about to start demolishing it. I said, okay, we go to court. That they won't demolish it without having proper documentation and everything. But yesterday, he called me, he said they've removed the roof. They brought 3 tractors, 2 tractors, demolishing everything as fast as they can. And I said, no, I'll leave Abuja this morning. Let me go there personally. He said all effort for them to enter there, they will refuse to even enter. And they've chased out the people who are living there. So there's nothing they can do. That's how I came from Abuja. We first flight this morning from Abuja. Drove to this place. Asked the people, who authorized it to demolish? They said they have cut injunction. That the owner gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. He just gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. Can I see the cut injunction and see who the owner is, the person who is now claiming his shield? They gave me.
Yeah, welcome back, please. I know I'm trying to battle it in trying to battle it out here with all these things, but I know I was playing the sound of P2B. You know what I was saying before? Have you ever seen, just tell yourself the truth. Have you ever seen a Ghanaian national in Nigeria that owns a property? I mean, landed property. All of a sudden, the Nigerian government or the Lagos government or any place in East, Kanu state government or Ondo state government brought a court injunction, and they bounce on him that they are the owner of your house. The owner of this house needs it back. And they brought bulldozer and start demolishing it. Have you seen it before? What do you think the Ghanaian will do? He will cry. He will go and meet his embassy. Say, look, he will video it, bring proof of his ownership of the house, buying the house legally. And it will now become country to country matter. They will pay, Nigeria will pay the guy even double of the normal price of that house and everything inside. They will pay double. Do you know why? Because it becomes an international episode. But in the way they are dealing with Igbos, there is nothing, it's internal affairs. So no country will have the right to interfere. It's internal matters. Nigeria is enjoying sovereignty, her sovereignty, and you are inside. And that is why now. Look at P2B, a presidential candidate, his own brother. That's why he went there, in order to prove to the world that, look, this is what is happening. They brought court injunction. Who is the owner of the house? No name. Ndibo, I don't know whether I was in Ndibo I don't know. Except genuine IPOB members. Not those that want to hijack IPOB and turn it into what I don't know, political party or anything. We never accept it. It doesn't matter who you are. We never accept it. Because people have died. People have died. We are all those their movements with the politicians, everything. We are watching, we are monitoring everything. They thought that we are foolish. They thought that we are foolish. Both the people that are writing on social media, people that if you reveal their life or what they are doing, even everybody are chopping her from their house. They think we don't. They think we are foolish. We are fools. Because in this struggle, we will never. One thing is sure: we will never allow this struggle, this IPOB, to go so. This is no longer. It's not a Kanu family issue. Never. It is not one man show. No. It is our collectivity. That is what is in jeopardy. So, what am I trying to say? P2B, a presidential candidate. His brother called him and said, somebody, people I don't know, known people, they just brought a court injunction that they have to. Let me play it again, please. Just listen.
We're good?
Thank you very much. Yeah?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Let's go.
Just yesterday, just on Sunday, I came back from the US, and my younger brother told me he urgently wants to see me, and I saw him yesterday on my way to Abuja. He said to me that the land, the company land, Nest Food Limited, the land they own for over 10 years, probably over 15 years.
The land probably over 15 years. The land his brother owned.
Belonging to them, that some people just jumped into it and say they are the owner, that they have got injunction.
Some people jumped into into his land as an Igbo man. Oh, we are one Nigerian. Oh, we are Nigerian citizens. We are Nigerians, all of us. Oh, unity of Nigeria. We have to maintain unity of Nigeria. Oh, one Nigeria. Igbo man, Igbo Nyara. I'm telling when I see the characters of most Igbo people, you become ashamed. The promoters of one Nigeria. A land that his brother have gotten legally, bought with money, purchased with not under duress or anything. They have been working on it for maybe probably over 15 years. Somebody jumped into there and say, this is our land. The owner sent us here that we have court injunction to demolish it, and that is it. Tell me, why are we people, why are Igbos so stubborn and self-destructive to continue buying properties, buying land, say they are investing outside the Biafra land? Tell me. I say I don't pity anybody any longer. I don't pity. Whatever that is happening, we merit it. People merit it. You know, I've been saying this right from beginning. Right from, because I think my father has common sense. I've been saying it. He counseled us, his children. We are four boys and 3 girls. That anything you people they do for, say you want to buy property or you own land or property outside the Igbo land. He said, my hand no deal. Look at what happened to me in Port Harcourt. I lost my property in Port Harcourt. So I work for just people like that. I cannot claim my property back. So now I don't want you people to make the same mistake I made. And that's it. That instruction, I mean that advice and information is okay. And I'm happy. Do you know that any property, the house you have in Benin Republic is more secure than you as an Igbo man, the house you have in Lagos, in Abuja, in Kanu? You are living at their pity. Oh, only if my people will understand what the future holds for them in Nigeria. Only if they will understand and remove this jealousy, remove this useless sentiment, remove what should I call it? All kinds of animosity, and they say, let us cure what it. Let us remedy, prevent, or look for remedy on what is happening or what will happen to us. The Fulani Caliphate, Nigerian government, what it has in stock for Igbo man, they want us to be, you know, do you see as everywhere you go in Nigeria, once you see beggars, Ba'abe Allah, you know is a Hausa. You know they are from the north. That is the way they want to turn us, Igbos, to beggars. Now, what I told you, I continue maintaining it. Their another plan is to be bringing Chinese to building malls. All those things you are selling, you are going to China to bring. Now Chinese will be building, you know, big malls like ShopRite and others. They will build big malls where it's things you are selling as Igbo man, they will be selling it very, very cheap. All these things in order to knock you off business so that you become miserable, because that is what they want you to be. That is what they want us to be, miserable. Because the hatred against Igbo people is out of this world. But the worst part of it is this: the people being hated, do they know that? Continue listening to Peter Obi.
And they are about to start demolishing it. I said, okay, we go to court. But they won't be shift without having.
He is going to court in Nigeria. You know, like yesterday, I blaming, Tinubu, blaming him for what is going, the insecurity. I laugh. The problem is that they will never learn. They don't understand the reality that is facing them. They don't understand the source of their problem. Like Peter Obi said, go to court. You are going to court. Didn't you go to court when they when they rig your election, the election that you won? You went to court. You still trusting Nigerian court. Oh, we should go to court. Maybe to have delay so that they will pack away their things. And that is, brother, have lost his things. It's finished. Where are you going? Court. Which court? Court that the court will give order. Ordinary Nigerian police will say no. They will refuse the court order. Court will give order. The politician will say no. What? So you see that the Beribe. Instead of them to continue campaigning, holding this campaign, that we are pushing, that our people should relocate. Relocate your properties. I know it's not easy. We have been campaigning for many years. And what they did, they used criminals and the Ekperima. They contracted them knowingly and unknowingly to them in order to start up problem in our land, so that you cannot be there. When you come, they kidnap you, you run. If you escape, you run. Say, oh boy, now here they tell us to come and invest. If only our people should understand what we are facing, what we are fighting. If they should understand how Nigeria planned for us, I'm telling you, people will support this struggle very, very well. People will do it without sentiment. I'm telling you. Because all of us were in jeopardy. As Igbos, as Biafrans. When I talk about Igbos, don't think you as Akwa Ibom, as Calabar, a Gala, that you are not among. All of us are Igbos, whether you like it or not. So when I talk about Igbos, all of us are involved. All of us are involved. So, if you have not seen a Togolese crying like this, that they have the Nigeria government destroyed his house with just cut injunction for 1 day notice. They come a house he have been living for 15 years in Nigeria. It will bring international outcry, and Nigeria will pay through their noses or through her nose. That is why we say, when they tell you that, look, if you embrace Biafra, if Biafra come, your property will be, you will lose your property. These are stories to the gods. They are telling toddlers. Our people, they know that our people don't know anything. I used to say it. Unless you are a student of Radio Biafra, you are an IPOB member, genuinely. You understand many things. You listen, you understand. You know. But in Dubai, generally, they don't know nothing. Once they told them that story, say, now, if I support Biafra, if Biafra come, my house in Katangura, I will lose it. That is life from the pit fell. Once Biafra is restored, nobody will tamper with your house anywhere, because that will be international affair, international episode, international provocation. It will no longer be your fight as an individual. Biafra government will take it up with either Dudua government or Arewa or Nigeria, anything they want to continue answering. They will take it up and they will pay. Are you hearing me? Because as we have properties anywhere, you know, Igbos, our people have properties even in Niger Republic. Do you know that? They have buildings, big buildings, even in Niger Republic, in Cameroon. Big buildings. You will never hear one day that Igbos are kind. Say they are demolishing their house in Cameroon without compensation. It doesn't happen. because Cameroonian government is now taking, they are respecting the people as international. They are not from there. They have a country, at least. Once they talk it out, it become international matter. This thing they are using to deceive you. Oh, when Biafra comes, you don't support Biafra, you will lose your property. As long as your property is documented, well documented, it will be secured. The same way our people have properties in different countries secured. Our people have properties even in Japan secured. Even, okay, let me not call even first world. Let me say in different parts of Africa. It's secured. No person will come and do anything against your property. It's never done. It's never done. But they will deal with us in our own country. Who will complain? Now, Amnesty International will take it up and report. Amnesty International condemns the illegal destruction of structures in Lagos. Go on. Who will look at it? Nobody. Because it's not an international issue. It's a national issue. Highest people, one non-governmental organization in America or in Spain will tell Nigeria, look at what is happening. Amnesty International, what is happening? Nigeria government will tell them, we will investigate. It is our internal affairs. We will investigate it and check it now. They cover it because you're a Nigerian. You know, we teach our people primary things to understand the kind of water, how things work. They will tell you, Nigerian government, once is internal, they say, okay, we never, they will contact the minister of this and that for Nigeria. He will say, I never get the report, but we shall investigate. I will check, I will investigate, we shall investigate it. Finish with it. No country will come and impose anything on Nigeria because it is their internal matters. So it is for us to liberate ourselves and be on our own so that we stop suffering this.
Proper documentation and everything. But yesterday even he called me, said they've removed the roof. They brought 3 tractors of 2,000, demolishing everywhere as fast as they can. And I said, no. I live in Abuja this morning. Let me go there personally. He said all effort for them to enter there, they will refuse to even enter. And they've chased out the people who are living there. So there's nothing they can do. That's how I came from Abuja. We first flight this morning from Abuja, drove to this place, asked the people who authorized it to demolish. They said they have cut injunction. That the owner gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. He just gave them. I said, who is the owner? They said they don't know the owner. Can I see the court injunction and see who the owner is, the person who is now claiming his shield? They gave me the court injunction. The court injunction explicitly said, unknown person. How can you sue an unknown person? I said the land belongs to you. A land with property. And within yesterday and today, you demolish the property. Look at it. They removed the roof, they removed everything. Okay, give me your proper documentation, demolition orders, because even if you want to demolish the house, you go to the state, they give you order to demolish, give you appropriate documentation, bring safety people and them, so that we know we're doing what is. No, it's only while I'm here now that some people came and said they are safety order. What kind of country is this? How did you descend to this level of rascality? How can you show a non person? Enter somebody's land and everything. I've been here for 4 hours. I've not seen one person who comes and say, I'm the owner. 3 people or 2 or 3 people have appeared. Are you the owner? No, I'm not. But I'm acting on behalf. I say, so who is the owner? No name. They've not called the name. I said, but you know my name. I'm Peter Obi. I want to know the next person. So I can even approach him and say, please, this land belongs to a company. that my brother is the majority shareholder. The country can't go on like this. We're looking for foreign investors. We're looking for investors. But look at how local investors are being treated. Is that how a country can thrive? This level of lawlessness, this level of rascality.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You see the equipment that are here.
Showing
You can see things that are here. Nobody could remove anything. Is that how a country works? They just came suddenly, started demolition. You know, if my brother didn't have a brother like me, they would. He wanted to enter here. They said, no, you can't enter. We are caught injunction. What about caught injunction that allows somebody to enter into another person's property, refuse him for removing his things and everything, and demolishing everywhere? What about caught injunction is that?
This is the normal lamentation.
We are finished with the country.
You are finished the country, and you want to be. So tell me, Peter Obi wants to be the president of Nigeria and fix everything. Fix it. Don't you see the stupidity of average people? Foolishness. They destroyed everything. You know, the worst is that in Lagos, the hatred is they will destroy your house in Lagos or Igbo people's houses together with the properties inside. You can have a house worth 40, 50 million naira, for example. But the properties inside can be up to 100 million. What you are selling or the machines or what you are doing. It can be more than 100 million. They will destroy everything together. And you're telling me that we should continue like this? Igbo man, I know the pity on Mumu. On Mumu too much. On Mumu too much. This one is only 24 hours news and it's gone. No, it don't go now. It don't lament, it don't show up for video. That one don't go. The other day we saw how they are demolishing Alaba International Market. Is it yesterday or the day before yesterday? The worst is that there is no compensation, no proper documentation, nothing. They will just come and boom, destroy everything with the properties. So they selling it. They sold the place to Chinese. Chinese. They are bringing foreigners, Chinese, to come and replace. Nobody you say you be stubborn. You stubborn Igbo. Oh yeah, now we go deal with on. Don't you hear? Didn't you hear it in a Kunle and Alhaji the phone conversation, which we play here all the time? Didn't you hear it? The worst is that they will menace, they will threaten, they will tell you what they are planning, what they are doing. Even when we continue, we say, nah, nothing mega. The same way, again, you don't see died like an animal. Again, you don't see. Because of stubbornness. Natural, foolish stubbornness and foolishness of Igbo man. Nah, nothing mega. Now, what don't hear them? Now, why not here? Nothing there happen now. When it will happen, you will no longer be there to say it. You are gone. You know, that is it. Maybe this is brother. If you preach Biafra, say, come, support Biafra, they can this and that can happen to in Lagos. He said, no. You people, you don't have jobs. Go and look for job now. You are miscreants. He has job. Don't he? His job has been destroyed. And he's now crying. That is some people that are listening to me, some people that watch this, they will not learn. They will not take precaution. Instead, tomorrow they will go to their church or their dibia, and he will scam them, say, no, nothing they happen to you. And we're on here, mega. We are pray. They will give them either miniso to drink or to pour it on their to say it's protected, or give them say you should kill one goat or one chicken. And ask them and collect money. Say nothing, mega. I want to hear meant to you. Don't worry. It's only that side. It will not reach you. So if the thing touches every other person and only you is spared, you are happy. Don't you see how stupid sometimes we look? Don't you see that? The stupidity is written all over average Igbo man. All over. Come, we have a collective problem in Nigeria. Come, there is an organization, a movement that is there shouting this, trying to let us trying to make us, pull us out of this mess we are in. Support us even secretly. If you don't want to be seen anything, just support us. Use by the side. Now we love what you are doing. Oh, please, we are in a mess, but I don't want my name to be mentioned. May wanna take this. May wanna continue. It will go a long way. Support as you can. No way. Now, what do you want? No, it will change Nigeria. He will change. Now, Obi is, I think, is colluding with is it Rufai, the arch Boko Haram and Fulani headsman terrorist himself, and Atiku, in order to build Nigeria. Don't you see that there is something terribly wrong with Igbo? When I hear the terribly wrong, I'm telling you. Do you know that what we are shouting and crying about ESN? Some Igbo people can secretly sponsor ESN and things. I say before long time you see things will be happening the way you don't even expect it. Do you remember during COVID-19? Do you remember how Igbo people? Dangote, I think that time he gave the federal government 500 million naira. You see Igbo men that gave 1 billion naira, 2 billion naira. Igbo people. Igbo people. Igbo people. Igbo man gave, I think, very dark man 100 million naira. Or more, I don't know. I've forgotten. But to come and support what we are doing for our own collective, interest. No way. Nah, no way. And you are telling me that we should cry when things are happening against us? No. No, it will continue happening until we learn the hard way. I say, we learn the hard way. I'm telling you. So, what am I trying to say? Nigeria is the graveyard of Biafrans. Take it to the bank. They have vowed to deal with us in different ways. They made it open. They made it open. I think I didn't have the video, but I think Rufai said Obi won the election, but was rigged to Tinubu. He kept quiet because Obi is an Igbo man, and you are looking at him. No, that Igbo man want to combine with him to win 2027 election. Don't you see that the person is foolish? Before I used to brag saying I'm one of the people that used to also brag with our people that I am my. But this struggle we are in, after seeing things and making research and knowing many things, man, that I want to hear, we are. I want to hear. I'm telling you, I want to hear we are nothing. I want to hear Emma. We don't know anything. We don't know nothing. People that you say you will kill, they are laughing with you. Say, oh yeah, come and kill me now. Come and kill me. Very, very sad indeed. Let me also play this very shameful. Very, very, very shameful. Where Gowon said that he didn't honor the Aburi Accord because he didn't know he was having malaria. You look at this report, sometimes I don't understand. If they say it's the same God that created everybody, why black people are so horrible like this? It's a question that I never get the answer. Why? You see somebody wearing nice clothes, washing well, but you see that the person is fundamentally flawed in everything he's doing. He's thinking. Listen to go on, please. Listen. Peter Obi, Nigeria has happened to his brother, so he's crying like others, like every other Igbo man.
This the interpretation that we don't know whether that accord was the actual final result, which determined was not to be done until after we got home.
But you agreed to the accord when you were in Gath.
No, this is the accord. It is not.
You see, it's just like what I preached the other day. It's just like what I preached the other day. The question I asked, as if I know. Until today, I saw the video. That this is an accord. You're talking about the accord. This is an accord. It's not that they didn't sign the agreement or is a proposal. No, it is a treaty. He signed it, and now he started blaming Ojukwu for failure to implement it. He started blaming Ojukwu. I say a journalist should ask him, but this is an accord, a treaty, which means you have agreed after studying everything, because a president or head of state does not go only him. He goes with the technocrats, people that know more than him in different fields. Are you hearing me? When it comes to international diplomacy, you pick one or two people that are experts in that. When it comes to Land Use Act, you pick one or two people that are experts on that in the country, because every country have everything. When it comes to defense, you pick a few people that are experts on that. When it comes to every facet of life or governance, you pick people. It's not before you sign the accord, a treaty, you must consult your people that you came with. If it is for diplomacy or defense, this and that, you will consult the person that you come with, that it is, and say, what do you say about this before I sign? And he will give you counsel. Say, no, let us say this. That is how negotiations are made. But once you have signed it, it's finished, which means it's binding. But look at what this old fool is talking, lying. As old as he is, that's supposed to at least open up. He has nothing to lose. If he dies now, he never die early. Instead of at least saying the truth in order to be in peace with his conscience, he's lying. Listen to go on. Listen. He was being interviewed. Listen.
Well, I think that is the interpretation that we don't know whether that accord was the actual final result, which determined was not to be done until after we got home.
But you agreed to the accord when you were in Gath.
No, this is the accord. It is not a question of agreement. Accord. This, it is when we come back home, and I made this. I made a statement. Made a statement when you come back home, and I make a statement that you about a bull ride.
You see, when somebody is lying, you don't need a scientist to tell you. Just one simple question. You continue beating about the bush, talking. If you talk up, you talk down, you talk up, and experienced person will know that this guy. Just one word. You, instead of saying it as it is. No. We don't know that is this accord. Is when we reach Nigeria that it will become a an old man like that. These are people they call senior citizens. After all, they gave him an award in a church because he says it's God that directed him, the Christian God that directed. I will not stop talking about this. God said it's a Christian God that directed him to keep Biafrans because he has been praying during the Biafran war. Every of his action is through prayer. The same way you are praying. That's it. So, what are you not talking? So when the journalists throw him one word, but this is an accord. No, no, accord. We have to take it home first. You know, are you taking it to home first? But you signed an accord already in Ghana, in the presence, in the presence of the Ghanaian head of state that time, Ankara, General Ankara, or Lieutenant Ankara, and he talk go east, talk go west.
Come back home, and I made this. I made a statement. Made a statement when you come back home, and I make a statement that you about Abu.
Because that's why it was called an accord. An accord means that you had agreed.
No, what accord? What? No, but then it has to be done in Nigeria before Friday.
So you needed to come.
Look at what he's talking. This is a kindergartner's lie. You know, a toddler's lie. When you catch a toddler stealing chocolate from fridge, is with him, or maybe the whole mouth is filled up with chocolate. Did you do this? Did you steal the chocolate? Did you take the chocolate? He said, no, not me. Oh. But the mark is everywhere in his mouth. That is what this man is doing. Toddlers lie. Very shameful of a hooligan like this. It's like, no, we need to take the accord to Nigeria. But this is an accord. There is no time you say, no, we are not going to sign it now. Let me go and study it in Nigeria before coming back. Hell, this your G. People are bad. This your G, you think you are horrible, honestly.
That you had agreed.
No, what accord? What? No, but then it has to be done in Nigeria before Friday.
So you needed to come home and discuss it.
Unfortunately, when the first people didn't want to believe it, I was having a serious attack of kind of fever or whatever it is, and I could not make any decision. Not at home. Right. When we arrived in the home, and Tojuku was one who then, when he came, he went and made made the statement. He made the statement about Abu Rikod, and the governor of the Midlands, Edge, then rang me very early hours of
somebody that is at the point. Somebody that is at his point of departure to die. He's still lying. Oh, he has a fever. When he saw that the lie he brought out, he did not catch up. He now say, oh, I had a fever that time. That's why I could not look at it very well. Don't you see how they are smelling? Nigeria is smelling. Nigeria is smelling. Today, his people are paying the price for fighting for one Nigeria. Everybody is enjoying one Nigeria under the caliphate. Everybody is enjoying it. That is why I wish them enjoy one Nigeria. Continue enjoying it. It's very sweet. One Nigeria. Hey, one Nigeria is very sweet. You continue enjoying it. His people in Benue, in Plateau, is being decimated. It's very absurd that black people, they cannot sit down and tell themselves the truth and face the facts, and tell themselves the truth as it's supposed to be. No. They must try to be corrugated. They must try to be meandrous. They must try to lie. Why is it so? This is the type of mentality we want jettisoned before we enter Biafra. I'm telling you. So that we see the fact, we say it. You don't change the fact because it suits your personal interest. Even if others are burning, you don't care. Now you lie yourself to hell. Before I go into a few minutes break, there is one other news headline that says Nigeria is bleeding. This one said there is this news that says 25 today's news. Nigerian army confirms 17 soldiers killed by terrorists who attacked military base in Niger State. Are you hearing me? They confirm 17 soldiers dead. Do you know that this issue, this type of situation is what led to the revolution you are seeing in Burkina Faso? Do you know that? When the military can no longer tolerate all these things, every time they are being slaughtered, people are being slaughtered, the politicians are using them, using their lives for politics. Now they struck. That is why I blame, the whistleblower, the Nigerian Korofo military, that is blaming the chief of staff, or I don't know. They are this thing. I say, you people, all of you are cowards. You have gone. All you do, you complain. Tomorrow they will kill you, silence you, and nothing. You have gone. Die like a man. After all, you are going to die. As a Nigerian military of Igbo or Southern or non-Fulani extraction, you are being set up to be butchered by the meat grinders. So why not start a meeting? 10 military boys can take a suicidal mission. 10 of them can target their officer, and heavily they will arm themselves. You think you believe that they are going to war? They will come back and slaughter their. They will fight themselves or fight the military hierarchy. Or only 10, but they will not do it. Instead, they will come out, they brainwash them. Nigerian military, once you enter Nigerian military, they will brainwash you into hating Nigerian citizens, calling them, what do you call bloody civilians. So that they will channel your hatred to the innocent people that are suffering like you. That is why when I see the complicity, the type of complex, the type of, sophistication in Nigeria is too much. Once you are into Nigerian military, even Nigerian police, the people that you're supposed to protect, they now brainwash you to hate them. Now they brainwash you to love your oppressors, the high-ranking officials, those that are keeping you and other miserable Nigerians to be miserable. They brainwash you to love them. Those that are, when they collect your money, they will put it in a fixed deposit. So that within 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 7 months, it will double and triple the amount. That's why they will not pay you. But they will brainwash you to go and steal from those that are suffering like you. Don't you see how Nigeria? I say Nigerians merit what is happening to them. They merit what is happening to them. So this one, all these terrorists that are killing Nigerian military. You ask yourself, where are the Nigerian Kanu jets? Where are their mortar bombs? Where are their different kinds of bombs? When it comes to Fulani terrorists, they are powerless. But they bring them to Biafra land to kill Biafra, innocent Biafrans. Don't you see that there is something heavy that is coming to us? That is the Fulanization. It's real. It's real, my brother. It's real. So this other headline says, North is today's date. North is bleeding. NEF tells federal government. The Northern Elders Forum on Tuesday said the country is bleeding from the north, calling on the government to act now before it is too late. Before it's too late, when? It's too late already. When you are telling Igbo man to, make haste while the sun shines, way. Tell you now, waiting now, nothing mega. Jehovah is in everything. Don't worry, God will protect us. Do you know how many of our people that are being massacred every day in the north? They don't talk. There is no statistics about it. They kidnap our people secretly and they disappear. Now they will look for them. Their siblings will look for them. No way. They will go to they will report to their pastors and they will comfort them that the days are evil. Just leave it for God. Don't talk to anybody. Leave it. Pray. God that bring this person, he will encourage you. He will give you courage. And that one gone. I need it now. Before you know, the person high blood pressure, he will develop high blood pressure, heart attack will kill him because he is suffering inside. If we don't get out of Nigeria, honestly speaking, we are all gone as a people. We are all gone. Let me just go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will just open the line for 2 or 3 calls only, please. So please do not go away. I'll be right back. Do not go away.
The first thing is that this is not a farmer herdsman clashes. Okay. This is not two communities having an issue. Okay. This is terrorism. People are being killed. People are being driven out of their lands. Their lands are being taken. I saw the statement that Mr. Chinedu put out, and I also heard what he said, which does not, capture the essence of what is happening. How are you blaming telling community leaders that they should come together and resolve issue? But in 2014, he didn't tell Jonathan to tell community leaders to resolve issue. He was telling former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan that the buck stops at his table. So now that he has rigged the election to enter into office, say, no, hold on. So this is the thing. That's why it took you a long time to get me. This is your opinion. Exactly. Anyway. So don't do this thing. This is my opinion. And that's the reason why I always say that Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not my president. You haven't seen me refer to him as you can call him whatever you need to call me. I'm the guest. I'm Aisha Isufu, and this is what. And you're owning up to. Oh, this is my segment. Right. Let me mention something before I quickly forget. Is the fact that the military has constantly taken on, recruited, and enlisted terrorists into the military. How? In the way they call it, what do they call it? Repentant terrorists. I have never heard in any place where you carry people and say they are repentant and then take them into your military for them to gather more information. And a lot of times, have they been taken into the military? No, they have been rehabilitated and then taken back to their community. No. You are the journalist now. Go and check it out. They take them in. They call them repentant, Boko Haram repentant terrorists, and they are enlisted into the military, given everything, and they have access to information. And over time, even the military themselves have come to give the fact that some of them have gone back, and yet they are still enlisted. Who does that? Who carries someone who has killed you? You say, oh, they repent. Why then do we have anybody in prison? Let's all open the prison door and let who will not repent? Everybody will be repentant now. But when you tell them out, I'm questioning them. There is a mechanism of how the military does all of this. Which mechanism? And we've seen a lot of them, and they're talking about sabotage. Look, let me tell you something. I've said this thing before, and I'll say it again. There is a need for there to be an assessment of the military to even ensure, do we have the military that we say we have?
Like analytical human beings. The fact is, the division of Nigeria, with all the indications on ground so far, is inevitable. The division of Nigeria is inevitable without implementing the regional system of government. Okay, let's look at the indicators. Number one, the fact is, the issue of national insecurity at the moment happens to be majorly a northern problem, right? You quite agree with me on that. And in that regards now, any government of the day, any president at the moment that is not of the northern descent or northern origin that tries to fix that, if he's hoping to come for a second tenure, I bet you he can succeed in that. You quite agree with me, right? And this is what I mean by that. Okay. In considering bringing into view now what happened recently in Benue, just the normal issue of farmers herders clashes, as they call it, right? Okay, in fixing this kind of situations, now forget about the deployment of military, police, whatever, the president coming to visit. You quite agree with me that that doesn't solve anything, and it's not going to solve anything. The only thing that will solve that to some certain extent is we having a situation where there is ranches established for herders, right? That is to say, the headers must be in tune with changing times. Because you quite agree with me, there's no developed country you go to in this world today that you'll find a situation where animals wander all around. There is none. You can never find any developed country of that nature. But in so doing now, if the president of the day tries to enforce that, it's going to be rejected by the northerners to some certain extent, evidently clear even in the past, right? Considering the fact that these people are citizens or whatever, they are nomadic in nature, right? That has always been the conversation. They are nomadic in nature. So they move from places to places. And the fact is, I don't know where we're actually getting this. Okay, if you say you are nomadic in nature, how do you expect the government to account for you? Have you ever seen a...
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra Land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the 25th day of June 2025. Despite the difficulties, the technical difficulties, but we have been moving on and we can never stop. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat again, +61 405 142 547. As I said, I will take just either 2 or 3 calls, please. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please? Go straight to the point start by telling us your name and where you're calling from, if you may. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Biafra.
Do the reggae.
I love going straight to the point. I thank our leadership, US, and Nigerians are paying their dues as it requires by their foolishness. And thanks to our leader that have woken the reasonable Biafrans up, not the Fulani that is inside us, because we know when the Hausa Fulani Torime has been Biafran war. So we know them. By their attitude, we will know. And in this struggle, I want to tell all Biafrans and IPOB, they are what we call registered IPOB. As I'm talking now, I'm not a registered IPOB member. So, but for those who will understand or who have been listening to Radio Biafra as a good student of Mazi Johnathan, he said one word. He said, anything DOS says goes. If you like, you can go and be listening to any other people. That is your own prerogative. But once DOS say this, that's what goes. So, for us to understand what is going on in this struggle, and for us not to be like Nigeria, for Biafra to come, we must adhere to what we call core instructions and unite our front. Biafra should not forget this, and IPOB members should not forget it. Our front must be united to avoid failure. And we should be careful of those that are outside to remain. We have seen what is going on in the world now. When Donald Trump speaks, he said, we are defending Israel because of interests. And if we watch what is going on and how our leadership are doing things, you understand that men that are running this struggle understand the world, where the world is going. So we should be wise enough to fight our enemies so that we will not replicate Nigeria in Biafra that we are seeking for. Every one of us has seen what is going on in the country. What baffles me is so many of us will travel outside country, and some of their reasons would be as if they have not crossed the offshore of Africa. And some are disgracing themselves online, thinking that they are wise. So, what is going on in Nigeria today, we understand that the only people that can have the balls, have the courage to challenge the foundation of this Nigeria is IPOB and nothing more else. And that is the reason why we have to rally around this foundation and make it more stronger in order for us to deliver and support as we can. Mazi, I will say this and drop. I have spoken about this before. If it's 15 naira that I have, I would wishes to support ESN and buy one person one pure water, because one pure water in Nigeria now is almost 15 naira. But we that is in Biafran land, I don't know how we can do it again. That's the only way I can do my own, because I can see that no people that is going to deliver or help us, because all of us is going to die if we don't do anything. So if there is anywhere our leadership we look into and know how those in Biafran land, let us use our little 5 naira and be supporting as we can. At least it can go a little way to help the struggle and help our men that is in bushes to defend us. So this is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
There were. Thank you very much. You said it, and plans are going towards that also. So we must continue. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Maz, hear me, please. Let me see. Am I not being heard?
I can hear.
Okay. Go on, Maz. I thought you were not hearing me. Go on.
I moved my phone so that you cannot get a noise on the background. But I've been there. As usual, you always bring the info, enlighten our people. What we are doing here is far more better than making noise in the streets. People understand what they are talking about. We in the Igbo, as usual, we always say we don't understand the politics of the world. The dynamics of politics, don't understand it. If Nigeria has happened to him, upon arriving there, just listen to his statement that he's looking for the person that instead that he owned the land, so that or the person they said is the owner, so that he will tell him, please, this place. Now, when you use the word for please, you have destroyed everything. I learned one thing in this Europe, one thing very, very, very important. You don't go amicably with your enemy. If you go amicably with your enemy, he will continue doing what he's doing.
Mazi, or Mazi, in your right as a citizen, you are right, you start begging as your right. No, yes. You don't beg in your right. Unless you are committing a crime. But once it is your right, you don't beg. You stand vehemently on it, and you, because you're a citizen, for goodness sake. Mazi, go on.
Exactly. So when we newly come here in Italy, there's some of the more years, more Italians become somehow enlightened about the African people. Well, those days when we come about 20 years ago, you move in the street, you'll be insulted. You see somebody, a white man, Italian, who drives joy, calling you, oh, negro. It drives so much joy. Anytime he call you that name, he becomes happy. He will greet you, and he don't have any problem with you, but he will greet you what you want, or say, let us go and take coffee. But that name, I am one among them that refuse. Don't call me that name if you want me to greet you. Don't use that word. If no matter how, they said the Italian said F-hand is F-hand, but depends how you. So now begin to caution any day you call me, no matter how close we are, I will caution you that you can never. And I believe when I begin to do this, you see those people, I think that they could have maybe hurt me because of the way I caution them. And that put automatic stop to that publish on my side. Automatic. You can't use that name. One man many years ago, he used to call them, instead of to call me my name, when they want to call, I said, if you call me this name again, I'll leave your company and leave this your work and go. Want me to answer you next my name. This is my name. Call me my name. Never use this word for me. He said, but it doesn't mean he call it. I said, this people for me, this is what you call me. And since then till I left that place, the man never used that word again. How it's supposed to be. So there's one thing Igbos have not learned. IG, ndị Igbo may call the time. IG anya ọkụkọ eji ele ihe nọ n'ite na-eso Nigeria. No. Ga-eji nye anya agụ ji achụ mpada. We follow Nigeria. In other words, we look at, just imagine P2B. He fly from Abuja to Lagos. You see, is that the first time he had that they have demolished people's house where people living inside? Because this one touched him. The ones that happen to people are shouting their properties inside that demolition. Has he gone to television and said something about that? See, many years ago, they bombed a house where sisters are living. They kill Igbo people. Is that the first one? The only thing is that this was a house that our people deliberately went to Lagos, opened their hand to the enemy, spread their hand to the enemy. This is here we came. This is we Hebrews. Here we came. The God of us. Despite the good threat for Juku came there, called them. The team went back and still built another. This threat was building materials and I think building materials and the provision. This is the people that own trade fair then originally. I don't know. But later the these tire sellers, this people that sell tire and build their own. This is how the Igbo people think. Only we are nothing. Reason very, very well. And you can never go in a soft mind to your enemy. If you go there thinking that you are getting a good result, no. This what P2B was saying, campaign all around, talking about how he become this and become. They use hardware on him and he used software on them, thinking that that will usher him to be a president. No. Buhari said the bamboo and monkey will stop blood if he loses the election. That's what led to Bullock run away from them. With the pressure for Obama and others, he said, no, I don't want people to lose blood. He wants to surrender. That's the Igbo people for you. We don't have the mind of politics. It is better we go out and manage our own, the way we live our life. The only thing we do is we do everything possible to leave that useless entity so that we can go and manage our own. That soft mind where we get, we use it to manage our life, manage everything. Maybe we can live like other countries. We don't find other people's problem. We live in harmony with our neighbors. That manner. Living inside Nigeria with this kind of way. Mazi, there's another thing I want to say. I know I don't want to take much time today. Time you made a viewpoint with Mazi. There's something came inside my mind. I want to say that, but I forgot. That was I see this man, what is in Trump, as somebody who came to elevate white supremacy. That question, maybe this thing, it made me put it on your program. Anytime you say you want to do people with this guy, they can keep it in. Let us see what he said. So what this man came to elevate was only American mercy. You know, those days, maybe 80, 50 years, 40 years ago, America was superior to every nation. They give you arms, they They want what they come and bomb place. They fought in Vietnam. They kill. They fight in Japan. They throw bomb everywhere, and they subdue every nation. Their money was the number one money in the whole world. Every dollar you change, America get 1 cent. Now, you remember, maybe 30 years ago, Europeans are using different money. But later, they understand the game. They now come together and euro. Now they are making equal partner with the American dollar, and they are working together. So what America use the dollar do is what the euro do here. We come here and buy euro, and come here and buy euro. They go there and so they have some profit. But Trump is coming back to elevate the white supremacy, American supremacy to the highest level. When he listened to him, he said that he will bring America where America is before. And look at his attitude, the manner he conducts his government, you will see that he purely came for that. But unfortunately to him, this time around, the world are no more blind as usual. It's only but Africa more or less are blind. But other people have woke up. So this is the point I'm trying to say, that he's coming to make things better, or say all those things he say. But he say he will not go to war. But now he's into war. This is number one thing. So what we want to do to stop others that don't have, the Iran cannot. Why can't Iran have nuclear weapon? Why America have it? Other part of Europeans have it. They are the messiahs. Anytime they like, they go and kill other people and subdue you. That is, for me, it's a American supremacy. That is why they are going to this war, to make sure. I don't even know whether Iran has this, but they want to make sure that they destroy every military power they have, so that everybody will be under America and Europeans. The same thing they have been practicing 50 years ago, and that is what they are trying to elevate at the next level as usual. Mark, thank you. Bless you.
Of course. Trump said to make America great. And Peter, just like what you said, many people's shops have been brought down like that, destroyed in Lagos. He never come to make video because it touched him. That is a typical Igbo man, selfish. Because it touched him direct. Now he come to expose it. When it is happening to others, you say it's far. No be me. Nah. He can just say one word, maybe in his flight to Netherlands. He will just bring out one word. And now, what they are doing, whether those people, anyway, I'm not sure if the Nigerian, he will say one sentence. But this one, it happened to him because he's his brother. So that is the typical Igbo man mentality. And that is why we are suffering. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear Mazi Johnathan. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Thank you, Mazi Johnathan. My name is Nnamdi. You have my first time on Radio Biafra.
I'm
very, 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 very happy. Yeah,
but I hope your first time in Radio Biafra.
Mban. Radio Biafra since 2017.
There will go.
Yes. Imana, you know that some of our people they don't understand what is Nigeria. Someone like Peter Obi, he writes a new Nigeria is possible. The people, his followers don't ask him, Oga, how is this new Nigeria going to be possible? What are the similarities? What similarities do Igbo people have with the North or the West? How can this thing work? It's not by telling me. It's just like before you go and fight a war, you already plan how you win the war. Your plans will be ready before people will follow you and say, okay, let us go. You don't just go and say, we will win. By God will help us, we will win. That is nonsense. So Nigeria can never ever work. The high time our people understand this, the ones living in Lagos, if you can start relocating your properties or relocating your businesses gradually back home, that will be something that will benefit us as well. You people can also organize yourselves in your. I know that is you people will come on to these people and say that we are small in Senate and these people is big. Who told you we are small in Senate? Like Mazi, there's Lion Man said one time that you can do a walkout protest. You can stage a walkout protest. If you are complaining, you don't have like Mazi Johnathan said one time that as we are waiting for Biafra, that doesn't mean that our land will not be developed. That doesn't mean that we will not be the roads will not be built. So you people can stage a walkout protest there. This is the high time because everything is clear. You have seen the Senate, they excluded you people in 2025. You have seen everything is not hidden. You people can do, even if all of you cannot do it, most of you can also do it. And it will still create at least send the people a message that yes, this is what our people have seen, that they have connected with the people on ground. That the people on ground are feeling what they are feeling. Now, let me just leave that one because of time. Because of people that they killed your people in the civil war, millions of your people, and you still went back to that place that you are killed, thinking that all is well. That means there is something wrong with with some of our people, because not all of them, like you said, your father gave you a warning. The same thing with my father as well. My father did not live there; he lived in River State. He can't go there. Even the trauma self of what happened should not even allow you to go there. But our people went there. This is the root cause of our problem now, because we have a root cause before the war, but after the war, our people now started another new root cause by going back. So let me just say just something relating to international, Africa. When this is my based on anybody's take, what I feel, Night African, it's science. Because science is just like when you make a cup of gari. If you make a gari solid in Anambra, if you do the same thing in Egypt, you will get the same results. So our people should be united Africa should be united based on science. Everybody, they will start doing things that will bring Africans together. Start bringing ideas that we, sponsor, supporting minds. You see that other guy, I know is in Zambia or Zimbabwe, the one that built with the radio static energy for the bike and his car. He used that as his energy, the radio waves. Those are things, they have thousands, if not millions, of those people in Africa. But if they can bring like a let's say a hub, a research center, this is where we can be, bringing out the best science, it will be better.
Mazi, can I?
That's what, yes.
You know what you are saying. We have been saying it for a long time. Yes, all over Africa. Let our president, let presidents, let our political leader do. But we forgot to understand that one, Africa is not free. Most of African countries are not free. Mostly sub-Saharan Africa. What they have is flag independence. Their leadership is determined. Is always determined by the neo-colonialists. That is why, don't you? I used to play the first lady, Sierra Leone first lady statement, which he said that Africa is today Fatima Mahada Bill. I think his husband is the chairman of ECOWAS for now. Yes. So she said, whoever tell you that Africa is independent is lying. It's in the presidency. She's telling you her experience. That you see this democracy. You see this democracy they are talking about. They are imposing on Africa. their European version.
Yes.
It is a model of imposing their own puppets in Africa. If you don't dance to their tune,
Correct.
now they will use opposition. They will raise up somebody and promote him in the Western media and cause wahala everywhere. And they are gone. So when there are things, there are red lines, like a Nigerian president is prohibited from trespassing. Do you see promoting local ingenuity? It is a red line. Britain don't want it.
Yes.
So if you ever try it, why do you think that America is always giving sanction to people threatening, like a Trump, threatening fire and brimstone if you don't do this? Do you think that, let me tell you, every African president has dollar account? It doesn't matter it's in Cancun, Mexico, or in Switzerland, or in America. America is controlling, is monitoring everything. Are you hearing me? And they must have buildings, their mansions in either in America or in Dubai. And America is controlling all those things. So why they are being threatened? America, they know all these secrets. That's why these people, they are not afraid because America will maybe shoot or come and kill, give sanction to the public. No, they will threaten them with their accounts, billions of dollars they have in free zone in Cancun, Mexico, or in America, or in Switzerland, because it is under their control. It is their money, it is their dollar. So when they threaten them secretly that if you don't go towards what we want, we will seize this money. Okay, this is what they used to always threaten Nigerian politicians. When you see that they will extradite a Nigerian citizen, before America will cough, finish. Say there is one Nigerian citizen that swindled an American citizen from Nigeria, not in America, from Nigeria, $20,000 because of fake love, this and that. We need him in Los Angeles. Nigeria will immediately send him, extradite him without no procedures, no court procedure, nothing. Do you know the reason? They used to threaten them that if you don't bring this guy that swindled this person, an American citizen, $200,000, we will reduce that 10 times that money from your account, your personal account in California here. They don't want to lose. You think that there are many things happening secretly. You think that they are doing it because there are many things, so they know all these things. So these things, promotion of science and technology in Africa to African youths is also part of the red line. That's why they give curriculum. Why do you think that Nigerian government is incapable of changing their own curriculum to match what they want? Instead, they are still reading Shakespeare. They are still going on. Why can't look at China? China is independent. They modify their own system as they want. They start teaching children from kindergarten how to mold block, how to sew clothes, how to manufacture something. Right from 2-3 years old, before the child can even start talking, he will start doing something with his hand or her hand because they are independent. Nigeria is never independent. Never. If Nigeria is independent, Nigerian government Nigerian president at least would have granted the Bigot persona non grata. But look at Tinubu. He gave Bigot a national award. Mazi, please go on.
Yes, it's still part of the control you spoke about. That's why Tinubu gave Bigot that award. It's still part of the control. They are threatening him in US as well. That's why he did that. So, Mazi, what you said is 100% correct. Maybe I didn't put my statement correctly. I should have put my statement that it should be, for example, the way Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have freed themselves, because you must have freedom first. you can think about this, my idea. There must be freedom. Like you said, the ones that are not free cannot do that initiative. But people like Burkina Faso, now this AES alliance they are formed. Imagine if Biafrans get out this on site on research and development in agriculture, in other in development, in other areas, in weapons, in any areas of politics, education, everything. We can have this science in there. That's what I mean. I don't mean Nigeria now unite with South Africa because of, like you said, they control them, which is 100% fact. That is why we are clamoring to get free from Nigeria as an independent nation before we can now unite with like minds. That science I mean now is like minds. People that, because you can't just come out and say, oh, let us unite. Unite on what? Are you uniting on culture? Are you uniting on economic? How do you define it? How do you do this? You need to define that unity. And I know science is something that defines, it's logical, it's factual. That's why I gave that example. What can also get it there. So that is what can unite someone in Biafra land and someone in Burkina Faso, for example, or someone in Biafra or someone in South Africa. So that's what I mean by that. I mean like somebody that is free, like Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger, they can unite now as they are and do something. They can do something powerful with their unity based on science. So that's that apart. Let me just summarize by saying that Nigeria can never work. A country whereby I've never seen it before in any country whereby the country buys its own money. And they're still doing it to today through POS. People buy their own money. You carry 10,000 to buy 5,000 naira, 8,000 naira, and people still want to sustain such nation. You want to make such nation work. You are not a human being. You are just lower than ape. Ape. You are lower than ape because you don't reason. You don't put things on the ground and understand things practically, not spiritual. This is religious mindset. That is why you will see somebody. This thing that Obi is saying is possible. This is religious mindset. This is that, like I said, there is no practicality to what. Even me, I come from my house here and make my calculations and see that Nigeria cannot work. It's not about sentiment. It's about the facts on ground. So anybody that is telling you Nigeria will work, that person is either religious. That's like David will say, David will destroy this. David and Goyalat. David used stone to kill Goyalat. So David is, that's the kind of mindset they have. By saying that it will work, they will be deceiving themselves. That you will picture things how Nigeria will work without being practical. Like the way it's about this is something. I'm not going to tell you here that we need to unite based on economic and politics. Something I'm not seeing. So that is why I want our people to start understanding. Separate yourself from what people telling you and lead to your death. That is the only place they're leading you to. There's no other place they're leading you to. If you think that a country whereby accident will happen, Mazi, let me just say this last one. Do you know that everybody in this abroad, you're in danger? If they kidnap your family member in Nigeria, all those your money you are saving, if they kidnap your loved one back in Nigeria, all the money you are saving is, you will not see them. You will not see that money again. You will start afresh. So if you are thinking that you are in Nigeria here, you don't want to support ESN, you are in Nigeria here, you think that you are safe. You are never safe, because one kidnap, all those millions of naira which you have in your dollar, maybe some few thousands of dollars, it will be gone in kidnappers and you will start all over again. You will start cleaning women body and men body and all of that, doing all those menial jobs. That's what you are going to do. So the earlier we start to recognize that we are in danger in Nigeria, we should start now to join IPOP and also support ESN. That's what we should be doing now. Thank you very much, Mazi. Let me allow that.
Mazi. Thank you very much. You said it all. The only way to liberate a country is for you to be genuine, to be clean. Are you hearing me? Although this is where I'm going to, switch off the phones, please. The only way to liberate a country, to liberate your people, is you must be clean. You, the liberator, must be clean. that is the starting point. That is why we always say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by saying that we must be whiter than white and whiter than snow, so that your enemy will not see anything to use to blackmail you. Just like the Burkina Faso president, he doesn't have a foreign account in America or in Europe, in France. No, but the politicians do. They hide their money, their wealth there, because they know that one day they are not genuine. So they must be dancing to the tune of those that know their secrets. That is it. That is the truth. But somebody like Ibrahim Traore, he don't have no account there. He don't care. He said wealth is not money is not his problem. He want to at least develop his country. That was why he changed the uniform of their school children to locally made, locally fabricated Akwete of Burkina Faso. Are you hearing me? Do you think Nigerian government can do it? The people that are supplying all those school uniforms, where they are manufacturing it, either in India or in UK that is supplying it, or will be the middleman, they will threaten him, say, don't ever go there. Do you know how many billions it is? All those foreign manufactured the clothes, foreign printed clothes. Do you know how many billions the people are making? He cannot change it. Otherwise, he have repercussions. They know his secrets. They have his file. That's why CIA refused to expose the file, the dirty file of Tinubu, because it is a point they will use to be controlling him. It is they said Tinubu is their assets. They built it, they built him since 1970s to today. You know how many? 50-something years. They invested in him. So they are using it in order, they will use it in order to get whatever they want in Nigeria. When you are crying that the Fulani are killing us or this and that, they will tell him, hey, don't mind what they are saying. We put you there. Because there is an agenda. The agenda is to bring, artificial scarcity, food scarcity to Nigeria. So that now Biget will bring his, his GMO seedlings as as a savior. And you know what? Anything that comes, as long as there is a seed, even if GMO seed, don't you see the other day, Ministry of Agriculture, so pray, Nigerians, I think they dot out whether 3 days prayer and fasting for Nigerians to pray against the famine. And after that prayer, maybe in the next 1 month, Biget will bring his telomeres and other GMO seedlings that he's going to dash to Nigerians because to plant, because they are dying of hunger. What will bishops say? They will say, praise the Lord, God have answered our prayer. You know what? Biget promised to send us millions of tons of seedlings. Hallelujah. People will say, yes, God is answering our prayer. That is the agenda. If you don't know it, know it. That is why in everything I'm saying, if we don't kill religion, religion will kill us. That is the thing. Because they don't care again any longer. Once they pray, they say, oh, God have answered us. So what are you talking? It's answered prayer now. We are dying of hunger and they are giving us food. They don't know that they put poison in. They poison the food. Long time poison. So God, they have prayed. God will answer the prayer. Well, God is bigger than America. They will send poison the food to them. And they don't care again. Because their clergy will say, you give testimony that, do you know what? We have been promised that we will get food. Oh, hallelujah. We serve a living God that answers prayer. And the whole mugus, the whole idiots will start to praise. Yes, is that their prayer and fasting they did? You know, this lie is very deep. What is happening? You know, we need to be profound in order to understand what is happening. In order to catch up with what is happening. Nigeria is not free. Most African countries are never free. This democracy they give to us is a nonsense. Is a cycle. Today is a Rufai and Atiku and Obi said they are forming another new party, isn't it? No, now they will bring another person to be the same people, but it's another party. What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Going upon cycle or upon cycle upon cycle of deception, ignorance, and beating about the bush. Can't we learn? It's a very big pity that sometimes when you speak, you feel that even people are not even catching up the profoundness of what you are teaching, what you are preaching. I'm telling you. But I'm happy that people are, because I receive confirmations. Are you hearing me? So, why Africans or African governments cannot be able to do all these things we are clamoring for is because they are under the control of their colonialists secretly. The secret hand of colonialists is in our heads. That is why they don't promote production. Never. The highest thing you can do that a country will engage in is production, so that you become self-sufficient. Imagine you as an individual. Somebody is feeding you as a full grown-up man. You will not feel at peace. You don't have money to feed yourself. You don't work. Somebody is feeding. Imagine how you will feel, how you are. You believe, even if anytime they bring you anything, but you, as an Igbo man, as a mature person, you don't feel at peace. You will be feeling complex. Because it's a foreigner. What I mean by foreigner, not the food is not the money, the food is not being provided by you. Somebody is doing it. You are not independent. That is how most African countries are. Nigeria is number one. Everything they give to you. They are sponsoring the Fulani to destroy farmland, so that as they push people to pray against hunger, pray against insecurity. Now people are looking, say, the divine intervention will solve all this. This is the greatest deception. That is why me personally, anything prayer I don't see it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We need to work hard for things to happen. As Abraham Traore is doing. He don't have no skeleton in his cupboard. If you have a skeleton in your cupboard, you cannot genuinely lead a revolution. That is because it doesn't matter what happened. There must be a blackmail on you. You can never lead a revolution if you have a skeleton in your cupboard, because your enemies are looking for loopholes, for skeletons in your cupboard, which they will use to blackmail you. That is it. And we in IPOB, we on the lookout, we on the watch out for all these things. These are things we must avoid. So I will stop here. Biafra remains who we are. Biafra remains our tradition and ideology. We must continue making sure that Biafra is being restored in truth and in all honesty. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Ebeka unusi Biafra, Ebeka unusi Biafra, Gaimara Biafra, Gaimozo Kamiru, Biafra Anijala Ona limo kamno na lombo wana jumo Osina Biafra Chukwu kike biama onyagi onaka Yamerani ye malamba Sampe Ugwa boke Anijala Nalanamo
And also we receive a report that people in Lagos, in parts of Yoruba land, they rejected this vaccination. But they say there is order from above that they must start distributing it in southeast. Let me use that word, southeast. From Monday, 27th, going to schools, churches, everywhere. They have come again. Common sense now should go why. Nigeria, so something good, free of charge. Nigeria will bring it to us. This is just common sense. Something good. Oh, something very beneficial. Now they will target our land. Oh, come and take it. Biafra soya is you number one. What about if it is a vaccination that is untested? What about it is the after effects? Did they know? What about if it is part of the GET program? People here already, Biafra, we raise your common sense part of your brain. That part of your brain that builds on common sense. From tomorrow, they will be going from school to school. There are many sicknesses, different sicknesses, they don't care. But this one is vaccination from 9 years to 14 years against cervical cancer in our female mostly. So, whereas look at the trend they give us from our battle. Look at the lack of development. Look at everything. Now they want to say they love us to inject us, give us a vaccine. We should never trust Nigerian government and their agents in our land. They can promote. The doctor said the worry he has is he tried to pose question. They said no, it's order from above. You have to do it in Southeast. Now, how this type of thing could be. So if you are hearing my voice, you know na Biafra land. Boya, tell him or her about the vaccination, the danger. Our coming generation. Because we are hated. Brigade is there. Anything that happens, even if they want to test the drug, they will bring it to our land. They say, and once they meet the governors are at the mercy of the Fulani Caliphate. So they don't have any say. We don't have political representatives. For your information, I will not continue talking, please. Kai Mecha, this 30th May. Remember, I Mecha the 30th May. Now, the fire will continue. Because we need to educate our people, honestly. We need to educate our people. People are perishing because of ignorance, lack of knowledge. It is that knowledge that we are trying to impact. started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What you hear here on Radio Biafra, you cannot hear it any other place, any other mainstream media. It's impossible. Therefore, we must continue. Do not forget that on Tuesday, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu will be coming on air. I'll be hosting him here on Radio Biafra on Tuesday, being the 28th, by 7:30 p.m. BT. Also on the 30th, which will be on Thursday, it is our remembrance, our heroes and heroines remembrance day. And in that case, Mazi Chika Edoziem also, the man in charge, because in the temporal absence of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the DOS headed by Mazi Chika Edoziem is in charge. Whether you like it or not, you deal with it, is the reality. Mazi Chika Edoziem is in charge. That is it. You have no option. That is it. So, Mazi Chika Edoziem, the head of the directorate of the head of the directorate of the indigenous people of Biafra, will be coming on air to address Biafrans on Thursday by 7:30 p.m. Do not miss these programs, please. Therefore, without taking any much time, because today, Dr. Okachi, he will speak less, and lines, I will open the line so that people will come in mostly to ask questions, mostly about the history, which he started since last week. You listen and hear, and anything you hear, you try to make more researches in order to know it. Because listening to it does not make you know it. When you make your researches, now you confirm the knowledge of it. And knowledge is added. And ignorance will be removed. Therefore, without taking any much time, as I said, I will bring in Dr. Justice Okachi Lois in order to continue. Mazi, can you hear me, please? Welcome to the program.
Yes, good evening, Mazi Johnathan, and good evening, all listeners. It's a pleasure to come back, not because we enjoy what has happened to us as a people and history, but an opportunity using this hallowed platform to share the knowledge that is available out there, and of course from eyewitnesses and survivors of the genocide that's happened to our people. We mustn't misconstrue it or think that your enemy has stopped attacking you. So, but you have to understand the historicity, the background to our suffering. So today, rather than continuing and talking about the actual war, which is the next step, because I structured the lectures or the talks in about 5 ways, so that we'll be able to use today to discuss and raise anyone's question, which we can answer as interactively as possible. We based the talks on the January 15th coup, then the 29th July coup, then the pogrom itself, then the Aburi Accord, and after the Aburi Accord, the declaration of Biafra as a sovereign state. And today, as you know what would happen, after Biafra was declared, Nigerians decided to invade Biafra. They fired the first shot to try and push people they kicked out of the Federation to bring them back in. So Nigeria, as a result, as a land, was soaked in blood. And is still being soaked in blood. And we need to take a pause then today to field some questions. So be brief in your questions, and I try and answer as many of them as possible, because the actual topic on the war itself, we're going to somehow introduce them, at a oblique rather than individual battlefield. So because there's a lot that went down during the war. But the major causes that led to it is what we discussed so far. So I'm grateful to anyone who's been listening, but it's not enough to listen. You have to share it with other people, and also, as Mazi Johnathan said, read up about it, confirm or confute anything I've been saying on the radio, and feel free to ask questions so that we can try and clarify any area. If I haven't got the answer, I will tell you bluntly, I do not have this answer. But if I do, I'll make it available on Radio Biafra so people would get access to it. But more importantly, we are trying to publish Bead magazine or some sort of booklet which will house most of this information so people have access to them going forward. And it's been hard work, and also it's possible to have a website on Bead where we're going to put all this information and then people can access them, which I feel is very, very important. Today's topic was supposed to be titled Nigeria Biafran War. I didn't call it Civil War. There's nothing civil about it. In fact, civil was an oxymoronic term. You can't have a war that is civil, but that's another matter. So, but in the Nigerian Biafran War, that's what I call genocide Nigeriana. It's Nigeriana in the sense that is specifically the way Nigeria went about their own form of genocide, which is unique on planet Earth. It appears to be the longest running genocide because the people who have been exposed to genocide are still suffering genocide. So we need to tackle that particular topic on another day. So genocide Nigeriana should be something we should look into. But without further ado, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be accepted in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. So Mazi Johnathan, I'm happy to take some messages now. If you want me to define genocide, I can do that so everybody have an idea what we're talking about. It's not about just having a riot in the market and killing one or two people. This is a planned extermination of the people that is still going on in the full blaze of all those who are supposed to prevent it. There's a genocide convention preventing genocide. And yet, Biafrans seem to be afflicted by it, and it's been the longest running genocide so far. So I'm happy to take some questions, and we'll plow on. Thank you very much, Mazi Johnathan.
Before let me start. Before I open the lines, let me start by asking you, what is your take? Let me open, the statement by asking you, what is your take on, last few days, Wole Soyinka said something that struck me. He said that he was surprised that this Biafra agitation just started, can I say, late. That all these years, we nothing like Biafra until recently. Because to fairness to, he talked many other things anyway, about our leaders kidnapping, that is illegal. But fairness to Wole Soyinka, because we must say it as it is. Wole Soyinka was in jail during the Biafra war, I think so. And when he visited Biafra land and saw the massive genocide that is going on, he went back to Lagos and started talking about it. But he was jailed by Gowon until the war ended. I think, Maz, I'm right. So, what is your take about although it's better to be late than never, but my question sometimes is this. Why did our people trust so much on one Nigeria going back and, now let us forget the past, which is not possible. We shouldn't forget the past. And, embrace one Nigeria. And as if the war was fought haphazardly. Oh, we are waiting for pronouncement to be made so that we go back. Because in the history of civil wars or cases like this, I never see a people that were killed like this and all of a sudden they stop and nothing was going on behind the scenes. Nothing, absolutely nothing. The people went back thinking that everything is okay. I never see it in any part of the world. If any person has seen it, he should speak. But I personally have been trying to inquire, research about other places. It never happened. In our own case, we just forget let's bury the hatchet. Now, one Nigeria, we continue having trust. So it goes with the statements of Wole Soyinka. Why did it take so much time for this to start happening again? Knowing fully well that the war never ended. Abaribe said it in an interview that we thought that the war ended in 1970. It's there on YouTube. His interview with Rudolph Okonkwo. He said, for them, the other people, he said the war never ended. We are mistaken that the war ended. So why is it so? Is it out of ignorance or weakness of mentality or anything that made us to now we embrace everything? Anything they talk, we trust. Say, okay. We have no other inside plan, no secret plan, nothing. Mazi, please, if you can say something there before I start taking calls, please. Go on.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to talk on that. Why did we take so long? Well, it's a very good question. First of all, Wole Soyinka was one of these, he spoke his mind because he must have understood what happened to the Eastern Nigerian people before the war started. He was so keen to avoid a shooting war. So he went to the East to meet with the Ojukwu and so on. And after talking to him, when he returned back to Lagos, to West, Gowon arrested him because they didn't want him to speak the truth. And in fact, what did they say about the truth? They say truth is the first casualty of any war. So he was arrested, locked up, and there was international outcry, this famous writer, and he was only released a few months before the war ended. So he spent the best part of the war years in prison, where he waited for the man died. So it's, on the one hand, we need to respect the man because it wasn't, he didn't mince word. He says, he told them, you cannot defeat Biafra. And he meant the spirit which guided Biafra, you cannot destroy it. And Ojukwu himself said, nothing can crush the spirit of a determined people. That's Ojukwu's quote. So you can beat them physically, you can shed their blood, but their spirit you cannot destroy. And the thing he's saying, they misunderstood that. You can win the battle, and you can even win the war. But Nigeria proceeded to lose the peace, which is where we need to look at what happened to our people. When the war was ending, people thought Nigeria should really consider how they need to protect those of the Biafran stock. And they anticipated that even if you defeated Biafra militarily, there will be a guerrilla warfare. Okay, they're convinced that this was going to happen. Biafrans would carry on fighting. So there's no point continuing the war because they have made a point. So everyone anticipated Biafrans would continue guerrilla fighting. I have my own views why that didn't happen. So what I also don't want to do is to get bogged down in this particular topic. Ojukwu himself, when asked in that famous interview after the war in September 1970 with Frederick Forsyth, he said, the ball is now in the Nigerian court. Most people remember that quote. The ball is now in the Nigerian court. It's like playing tennis. Yeah, they have served it, and we played it. Now they served it. We've sent it back to them. It now depends on how they play it back. If they play it back calmly, then that's fine. If they play back viciously, then there's a chance that people reconsider this where we are. So it's just a warning shot. And that interview didn't go down so well with his host, the president of Ivory Coast, because Ojukwu had to be careful what he says, because it's taking an asylum there without aggrieving Nigeria so much. So, but Ojukwu was careful what he said, but the most he can say from his thought, his mind, is that now in the Nigerian court. Now, how did Nigeria go about to play a rotten shot back? They treated us not as no victor, no vanquish. Brothers at war. People tried to make it look such a civil war, misunderstanding among brothers, and so on and so forth. But the first thing they did, immediately Biafra surrendered. For 2 weeks, nobody was allowed to visit the enclave, what they call the enclave, where Biafrans were. No journalists. They just packed them in Lagos. If you're going to go to the east, you have to come to Lagos, and they camped journalists there, so nobody could be wandering around the Biafran land to see what was going on. So for 2 solid weeks, they weren't allowed into Biafra land. And so all this, they were doing, if you like, airbrushing, cleansing the land, so that nobody coming outside would see the actual massacres that was going on. A place called Njaba Bridge. Njaba was the town near where they went in after the war has finished and massacred so many people. And no one could witness it. I, as a young lad who returned back to their village after the war, on my field where we played, my primary school where we played on the field, there was littered of bodies throughout the whole field. Young Biafran soldiers. I can tell they're young soldiers because you're not wearing Biafran uniform, some are also their own clothing or whatever. It's like people suddenly laying down flat across the actual field, literally wiped out. Okay, so if that was the case, and they were fighting the opposing Nigerians, why were they all lying in the field? So there was lots of massacres that went down immediately after the war. Those who are caught behind the Nigerian rapid advance. So there's a lot of pocket atrocities that occurred. The next thing to say is that while that was happening, Gowon said anyone who mentioned the word Biafra is doing a disservice to Nigeria. It goes with airbrush and completely remove the word Biafra. So our people can only whisper it in their sitting room. They don't live in their living room. They don't even know who is listening. And if they find you being a Biafran activist, you'll be killed. And there's nobody on the planet who's going to defend you. So why is it taking so long to come through? There's lots of reasons. They removed the name Bight of Biafra, which was at the beginning of the war, the coastal region. They changed it. So you don't hear, there's nowhere you can hear the word Biafra. When before Nnamdi Kanu came on, if you try to type Biafra, the Google was looking, but now just type BI and then Biafra comes up. So that means the name Biafra was forgotten. Okay, so now, why did it take 50 years? Because if you survive the war and you know the deprivations, people don't want to talk about it. The actual suffering that people went through. Not only did they suffer during the war, the food was a critical thing. When the war ended, in the airport where Biafrans received the airline, all the planes rather, that dropped in the food and all the supplies, rather than open it up, because Biafrans used it during night time, when the airplane carrying foodstuff, rice and stockfish, when it arrived, the Biafrans unpacked it so rapidly to allow the next plane to land. So it was a very efficiently run airfield which was feeding, millions of Biafrans. Now, from the Udi airport to where it's San Tome, just a little island down the coast, it was the shortest run, and the island was bulging with supplies for Biafrans. So Nigeria could have opened with the airport or any other airport in the Biafra land then, Enugu, Calabar, Port Harcourt. All these places had airport, Warri even. So I'm not saying that Warri was part of Biafra, but it's close by. They could have opened all these airports and then allow all this food to be poured in day and night. Remember Biafra receiving these planes at night only. But now if you open it up and there's lots of food there, you can be flying them in and out without any, disruption whatsoever. The Americans send this huge jumbo Hercules, to go to Lagos. The American army had U.S. Air Force. Nigeria said, no. You can't have U.S. Air Force coming into our land. And they were arguing that Americans bringing planes to help transfer all this food to the Biafran land. But the Americans said it's an Air Force, it's a U.S. Air Force logo. We can't suddenly remove it. So they denied the Americans for getting involved in the airlift. So what I'm saying is to you as a child who remembered having to queue up after the war to get food supply. So they denied us food, which was actually in an island next door. So instead, they said all food which has been given or donated to Biafra has to go to Lagos. So they arrived in Apapa. Remember, River Niger, the bridge over was blown up during the war. So a ferry could only move across from Asaba to Onitsha, and about 4 of them in one day. They have to send Land Rovers to carry these and army trucks to then start going to, Biafra land. So there's a tactics used after the war to even starve more people. Those who survived the war, I can assure you, thousands and thousands died of this kwashiorkor, this dreaded, disease, because they had food, but they couldn't supply from Lagos because there was a stupid, belief that when you open up the airport in Nnamdi, which the Nigerian army captured, somehow it's a symbol of Biafra. Therefore, we're not going to use it. Yeah? And the last thing they did was all the missionaries who helped to stay behind, who were there at the end of the war, who were making sure Biafra received the food supply. They rounded them all up and locked them up, put them in prison. They had to pay a fine, but they accused them of prolonging the war. So when they finished, when they sent them home and said they came in to work in Nigeria without a visa. This had been there for so many years before the war. So I can tell you by explaining all these, there was literally genocide before the war. This is genocide Nigeria I'm talking about. There was genocide during the war. And even after the war, they made sure you carried on starving, killing more people than they would need to die who survived the war. So why did our people not immediately jump into bandwagon? Well, if they did, supposing one village, let's say Mba 20, Memba, Nnamdi, Simbe, they just call it Mba 20. On that particular place, some people rose up and killed 1 or 2 Nigerian soldiers. What do you think will happen to Mba 20? It will be decimated. It will be completely leveled, and there will be nobody outside to come and report it. It will be wiped out. Okay, so you have to understand the pressure that people were under, having survived the war. They have to somehow make ends meet. So, and there was no coordination of how we're going to do armed resistance because the weapons flew in at the airport. Where are you going to bring the weapons in at this stage to do your fighting? You said, well, we could have buried some of them because there was weapons everywhere in Biafra land after the war. We could have collected those and hid them, and some people probably did, but you need to coordinate it. So Ojukwu was out, and he did warn that if people have to be careful not to lead our people into more massacres. So this business about, government government in exile, Biafran government in exile, was not recognized. So you didn't have anyone outside who would speak for you. You didn't have anyone inside who would fight for you. So it's not surprising to me why it took so long. But what Biafrans knew to the war, they wrote on their walls, and everywhere you could care to see, Agaracha must return. Agaracha must come back. Because they said that Juku has gone on a journey, and they were so determined that he must come home. So that was the only hope they had. The Agaracha must return. And that's a coded message that until Ojukwu comes, we are still outside. So I can carry on talking to you about all these reasons. They not only disenfranchised us, they don't want us to be part of Nigeria. Imagine you return back to Lagos and you are, say, electoral grade, whatever. The people who you are above before the war are now above you. And imagine you trying to get back to your original post. Well, it's occupied now, so you have to suffer that indignity. If you try to open a shop, which they're now in a hurry to destroy and vandalize, you have one little hut. You bring your brother, you squat on that hut, that shed, to sell your wear. He sleeps in the morning, you sleep in the day. You're sharing one hut until you begin to expand. The class of 66 to 70 were extraordinary human beings, and they were really they wanted to destroy them spiritually, economically, and physically, but they survived. So the fact that it's taking so long for Biafra to resurface is because of Nigerian remaining, if they're having their own agenda, to continue to persecute them. Because no sooner after 1970, 1980, they started killing people again. So this is what triggered the need to return back to looking again why Biafrans are being killed. So I think I'm going to not have the conversation. So those are some of the reasons I personally think might have attributed to why it took a long time for this agitation and the restoration struggle to resurface. And the last thing to mention is that the Biafrans have to know who to trust to lead them in this sort of restoration fight. And until Nnamdi Kanu surfaced, we didn't really have anyone we could fully trust, and so on. We did start with was Rike, but then he let us down. Now Nnamdi Kanu has known all about it, so that's why we are where we are today, because it's taken a long time. Thank you very much for that.
There were Mazi. Honestly speaking, there's something you said now. You say it took a long time for Biafrans to trust somebody. For me, that word they say, it is not totally true, but anyhow. That is the way I put it. That's why it's not easy for Biafrans to trust a leader. You need to prove it. And that is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done, or what he did. So, our lines are now opened. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Once you call, please make sure to limit your questions to few minutes, maximum 2 minutes, so that we could take as much calls as possible, because people are lining up to call to ask mostly questions. Now I have a caller that has been there, a caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, please, can you hear me? Start by giving us your name, where you're calling from, and then your questions, if you may. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. Thank you, our honorable guest lecturer, Dr. Ukachi Lloyd. My name remains Chukuma Biafra. God knows Biafra from the beginning. Let me interpret it in English. Please permit me. I have 4 messages before I have a question. 4 messages to 4 people that were big players in the genocide visited on Biafra. And my question will center around Aburi Accord. It's just one question. My first message is to General Yakubu Gowon. In one of the last videos that he made after the war, he said, and I quote, that he never knew that Ojukwu took Aburi conference serious. That was the head of state, in which involved killing of Biafra. He said he never knew Ojukwu took it serious. So in other words, he didn't take it serious. He's listening, but I tell him one thing: the grave will reward him. The second message is to Obasanjo. To Obasanjo today, this week, we are mourning the Biafran soldiers who were returning from Calabar, whom you ordered their summary execution. We also mourning the Udi massacre, where you went to Biafra land in Udi and leveled a whole community. They are 50 years, 100 years, I don't think they are going to recover from it. That is for you. And for Babangida, you're on the wheelchair. The grave will pay you and will reward you and Obasanjo. Babangida had the longest transition period in history of that country called Nigeria. But he blew it up when he got two-party system that would have stabilized that British business center. But he was advised, so he blew it up and threw Abiola away. And Nigeria started all over again. Today they have more than 100 political parties. Babangida, under you, Delegiwa was murdered. Just like Bola Ige was murdered under Obasanjo. The grave will reward you. Finally, on the kidnapper from Daura, the impostor, the pedophile, Buhari, this is a message for you. You were the best the North could offer. And we saw you, and you didn't disappoint yourself as a kidnapper of first generation. Those are my messages. My question now is, Aburi was a peace pathway to Nigerian crisis, and it failed. Was it a failure of the whole nation of Nigeria acting on ignorance or bankruptcy of Gowon leadership, or for the reason as a result of inferiority complex of Nigerians to turn down history that has continued to meddle and manipulate Nigerian pathway to peace? Thank you. That is my question.
There, Mazi. I think you had him.
For all those comments, and I respect all you said and the depth of feeling which you had. The Aburi goes straight to your question. Was it an inferiority complex? Okay. They said that Ojukwu, they accused Ojukwu, well, they always find a reason to accuse somebody. They accused Ojukwu of having what they call compulsive logic. Compulsive logic is that, look, this is A and this is B. If you put A and B together, you get a C. Okay? So let me unpack that. He had compulsive logic, and he came to Aburi to literally say to the rest of his colleagues, you were all there. My people are massacred. Yeah? Okay? And none of you did anything to stop it. How do you expect us now to live together? They accused him. Hassan said, if you want to stay out, you stay out. If you want to come in, you come in. If you listen to the transcripts of the Aburi Accord, he went there to explain to them that he wasn't pleased with them at all. They said, they will say, go on, we were talking about the Supreme Commander. Say, what Supreme who? Who's Supreme Commander? Go on. Since when? The Supreme Commander we know is Agui and is missing. How can Gowon be the Supreme Commander? They didn't like that. So So he then said that, so that is why he has his agenda. He brought the agenda which they discussed in Aburi. So they're saying if he was intellectual inferiority complex or whatever. Sure, he went to Oxford, but he used, one of the first few leaders I've seen who used his knowledge to defend his people without having to kill anybody in the conference table. Remember, they were all co-chairmen and all this conferee, all the people who came for that conference, they are all co-chairmen. They weren't somebody who's ahead of the other. So the inferiority complex is their own portion. But Ojukwu did not go there to have inferiority complex. He go there to discuss what was happening to his people. A minimum of 30,000 have been slaughtered. Thousands more were maimed, injured, eye gouged out, properties abandoned, everything. And you think we're going there to have picnic. Okay? So they must have misunderstood the seriousness of the situation. Number one, you killed all the Biafran soldiers in the army. You blew a bugle, everybody comes out for a parade. You point at Iba, you stabbed and killed them. Yeah? So, outside the eastern region, if you're in the army, you're not safe. So now how is it that you're the commander, supreme commander of the Nigerian army? So which army are we talking about? Is it the army of the northerners or the army that is left of what is left of the east? So Ojukwu say, look, the best way, because you can't expect an Igbo officer or soldier to be in the same camp, the same canteen, in the same trench as a northern soldier. Because this is January. They were being killed from July 29th until October. Non-stop killing. So you're not safe. You now want me to come back and we're now all one country, one people, let's clap hands and go on, you're the commander in general or whatever you want to call yourself. So he said to them, the best way forward is that if I'm from the east, I stay in the east, in my own part of the world, and be a soldier in the east, controlling an area called area command, which I'm responsible for. So that way, I don't have to come to the north and get killed, or go to the west and get killed. That makes sense. That's compulsive logic. The second one was, so if you sort out the army, who is then going to be in charge of the country? Oh, Gawan says he's the supreme commander. No, sir. Igbo or the Ojukwu has to have a say and input on what happens to his people from now on. So therefore, we're going to have a supreme military council. Gawan is a member. In fact, he was asked to be the chairman of that Supreme Military Council. So Ojukwu will be a member, Ejo will be another, Adebayo will be another, and then Hassan will be another. The four people from the four regions. They need to have a say whatever policy you're going to impose on the country. And Gawan, you're going to be the chairman. Oh, no. I can't be the tutelar head. I can't just rubber stamp whatever you guys decided. No, it's not what they decided. What they decided was that if you have any situation, you need to bring it to the table and we discuss it. You've got to show it to all the regions and you're going to have their concurrence and the agreement. Otherwise, you impose your will on one region. And that is what caused the war, because they reneged on this important decision. So that Gawan says, from now on, the East are going to declare a state of emergency. I only take myself, the Northern, the Western, and so on. If they all agree, then Ojukwu have to lump and take it. Okay, so Ojukwu said, no, this is not going to work. On Aburi we stand. So it's not a case of inferiority complex. It's the deliberate ploy to derail what would have worked. All right. So the next thing about Aburi, about complex, inferiority complex. Why is it that you cannot compensate those members who are working for the federal government? They're in the rail, telephone, whatever, the civil servants, for example. They haven't been paid since you chased them out of the north. How do you expect them to feed their family, take their children to school, and so on and so forth? That was decided that you should have a finance team look into how you're going to compensate them. If they find another job in the East, fine, you don't need to pay them. But if they haven't, you should pay them money. This was agreed. And then they turn around and say, oh, finance Finance Committee, we're no longer going to meet and talk about it. So you understand? So it's not a case of inferiority complex, it's a case of deliberate, obfuscation of what happened, what was discussed in Naburi. So much so is that, as Ojuku said, it's as though when they turn everything down, it's as though Gawan didn't turn up at the Naburi, because the minutes are different from what he's saying that was discussed. And that is why Ojuku, that's why they may have misunderstood the seriousness of Aburi Accord, and they turned it into discord. And that's why Nigeria has not recovered since then. I don't know, my brother, if I've answered your question. I'm going to keep it short. So let's leave it as that for the time being. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi. Caller on, WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please.
Yes, I can hear you very clear, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Please go on.
Thank you very much. I greet you, Mazi Johnathan. This is Mazi Aganeku, calling from Italy. My question is, first of all, I want to do an announcement because I am working as a coordinator of Milano. Our 30th May, we hold in Milano, Italy this year. We want all IPOB that resided in Italy, all Biafrans, all Igbo, all Biafra, Eastern region, together in Milano on the 30th May, Milano Central train station, at the Apple side. That is where we'll gather to do our 30th May. After we'll go to our hall, where we will sit down and talk. I want IPOB, all IPOB to volunteer themselves to come that day to support what we are doing, because our commemoration is every year. And this is the head of what we are doing, because we are remembering our people that have been killed since the time immemorial. Because slave trade killed our people. We never give them benefiting burial. Missionary kills our people, we never give them benefiting burials. Colonization kills so many of our people. Commercialization kills so many of our people. We have to give them benefiting burial. And this benefiting burial, we need support from everybody. Because we will go to the whole world and we will use our palm leaf to go and make sure that we take their spirits back home. We need to do it. We need every IPUB, every Biafrans, all those our brothers and sisters that scattered all over the world, like Jamaica, Haiti. We need our people up there to stand up to support what we are doing, because what we are doing is not ordinary. We want to make sure that we control our responsibilities. Nobody will help us. We know it from the time immemorial that nobody will help us. That's why we are telling our people that you don't need to follow anybody. We continue saying it. So, I thank you, Mazi. I thank you, Mazi Johnathan. And my question is, why we went to Aburi, first of all? Because for me, that Aburi, I don't know. Because it's not in the same value system with these people that is in our land today. I don't know why we go to Aburi. You understand? Because that Aburi is what caused all those problems. Because had it been we stand on our feet, send these people away, they will go. Aburi will go, they didn't come up, they didn't stand. Because had it been they stand later today, they could have come up and say, yes, these people is like this. But where do you see them? So all this protocol we're going today is like we're going back to where we get wound more. So as we know what we are doing, we need to go buckle up. We need to buckle up. We know where we are going. We know where we are going. They disorganized our government system, the original system. Because if there is no original, fake can never be existed. So all those ones that is in our land is fake to us. And that is when enemy. Because the enemy does not exist. And if Biafrans are doing their things, going on every day we do our things, nobody will be enemy. But when foreigners enter our land, we started getting enemy. So, we need to buckle well. Mohammadike has finished up what he comes to do. He has finished up. Anything happens to him, we know the people we hold responsible. We know them. And our land, they know already, they are running away from our land. None of them build anything in our land. Only what they are doing in our land is to suck us dry. We know them. So, we are telling all IPOB to buckle up. If you stand well, that know what we are doing. We know that Ogiso must restore back. Ogiso must restore back. Then, after Ogiso restore back, Ogiso will now tell us who is Idu? Who is Idu? Because Idu number is more story than
Mazi, I think you have asked your question.
So that people understand what we are doing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mazi Okachi, I think you heard what he said. Although,
thank you.
Go on, please.
Okay. For brevity, able coordinated Italy, Dewo, thank you for all your hard work and continue encouraging our brothers in Italy. And you've all heard what he said, so supporting with the 30th of May. Why we went to Aburi at all? Very important question. Remember, Ojukwu was under such pressure to declare Biafra immediately when all this killing started. And this famous interview I keep referring to, September 1970, he said if he knew what he knows now at the time of the interview, he would have declared Biafra. So my brother, you're probably right. He would have declared Biafra then. But the class 67 or 66 or 70, they know who they're up against. It's not just in Nigeria, it's what the world will say, what the United Nations will say, what everybody will say. And also, jaw is better than war. Winston Churchill once said. It's best to talk and avoid war at all costs than to rush head on and start fighting. Because once you declare this area is Biafra, they will invade you. And for security's sake, we didn't have any weapons to defend ourselves. When Ojukwu was being encouraged to defend Biafra, like my brothers and sisters, look, we don't have any weapons. Okay? Everything is in the north. Ammunition factory in the north, Kaduna, where you train a Nigerian army in the north, artillery. Everything was stationed in the north because the British know that whoever controls the army controls the country. So we're outplayed. Our people say, Malay, army. Malay. In other words, they discourage our people from joining the army because it's not a job for somebody who is educated or who wants to get on in life. The Yorubas is even worse. About 800 of them were in the army because why would a Yoruba person live in Lagos, Ibadan, and so on, where they have free education? Go and join the army. So the army was only habited by those majority in the north. And they were denied Western education, so that when they send a bunch of people from the north to go to Canada to be trained as officers, the Canadians send them back and say, you guys need to go and do some more reading, you're not ready. So we had the Eastern people, when they joined the army, they were able to progress the officers' cadre. So the issue, therefore, wasn't what should we do about Abu, because we have just got 200 officers wiped out. So the people who attacked us knew what they were doing. You can't go to war when in your own country you have 200 officers missing. Those who are your best trained warriors are no longer available to fight and defend the civilians and without any weapons. Little wonder how we survived in the first place. So why Abu was to buy time, I think, to make sure we've done everything humanly possible to prevent a war, because we are going to lose out. Once the war starts, it wasn't a case of winning the war, it was a case of preventing how many lives are going to be lost. So Juku said, the way you measure our success in the war is how many lives we saved at the end. Okay? It was more resisting the aggression, which Britain made sure these guys are armed to the teeth. Do you know how Nigerian military advanced? They used armored vehicles in front after periodic shelling. They saturate the area they're going to invade with artillery from long range. It's not you Abriba warriors. You grab your knife and whatever and go into the forest and start chopping people's head off. It's not the type of war. It was a war where at a long distance, 10 miles away, and artillery come and land on your head. You have the foggiest clue how to prepare it. And these people, they're traders, they're schools, but they're eager to defend themselves. So we did not have the weapons to fight this war. And when it did start, it was because of our scientists that were able to manufacture some weapons that actually allowed the war to even last for months before we got our bearings. So, my brother, there's a lot to discuss about Aburi, but Aburi was an attempt to prevent further slaughtering of our people and also make an environment, create an area of command where we'll be looked after. But they turned it out. The final legacy about Aburi is that if ever we go to another discussion into how we're going to cohabit or live together or have a relationship, I recommend, this is my own personal feeling, we need to make sure UN, AU, UK, US, RU, BRICS, all these people throughout the whole world must have a copy, must be involved in the decision making that the agreement we made is signed and sealed in front of them. So nobody on this planet will say, we disagree with what we discussed and so on and so forth, because we don't have witnesses. Because even though Aburi was recorded, we didn't have the clout to publish it to the whole planet and say this is what was discussed, and Britain made sure they suppressed this important fact. So when we fought, our people fought because they knew their causes was right, and that is why we lasted so long. And as I said, it's not over until it's over. They wanted to wipe you out because they were still alive. It means there's hope still. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi. There were caller on WhatsApp. I don't know whether my signal. Please, people can also be calling on signal. I don't know. There is no problem with my signal as long as I can see. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You are welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Go on to your question.
Good evening, Mazi Johnathan.
Oh, Mazi.
Okay, Mazi Lawrence Okashi. Also, good evening. I want to appreciate you.
Mazi Justice Okachi. Justice. There we go.
Okay. I'm Mazi Joseph. So I'm used to our language.
Ganiru.
Mazi. Imara, I may be those two contribution and then work on some questions. I need the number. I'm not no mistake. Our internal leader, I'm not no mistake. So, Mbehaga Gabul, ya. Also, another journalist. Because of Ieme Abuya, na Ewonya no Uaiwa, Neme journalist. Because of even what you had the way Aburijiga, na Ghana was planned. They use Ghana as a planned place. Because in the Hammer, invite na the ship, according to the story, according to the history, our brother to here reject. Maybe have an alternative to Ghana. Because all na have alternative to Ghana. After the thing, Ujuku the African Union, yeah, well, grand plan before that meeting. I'm sure you could all mistake our leader, because I'll say we're Mbando also. mba ndị ọzọ nụ nga mba ndị ọzọ brand datin mgbe gowon mege ihe na-awụ ihe mgbe gowon mege ihe na-awụ ihe ediskọsụrụ nga ndị mba ọzọ ga-asị mba ihe awụ ihe ekpuru ebe ahụ n'otu esi mee ya ọwa another thing ọzọ nchọrọ ikwu mgbe ekere the way ejikee Naijiria the way eji systemize Naijiria onye ọbụla ma na Naijiria o mere ya ka Naijiria felụ ndị ọcha eme ka emechie Naijiria ajụjụ nke eju ebe Zik gara skuul ọrụ one of the best mgbe ahụ n'Africa ọwụwa ezia the way eji structure Naijiria ihe ọcha our maazị prọfesọ kwuru ụka o si every military this thing was instituted in North, both the academy, both the every weapon was instituted in North. But Zik, as a wise man or Ogra school, how do you know what are these things? Still, for years, one Nigeria, not white taga. Our problem, our leaders, can you use Zik as an example of what is happening? This our elders, open the same thing Zik in the hack. Okay. Ịga online enwere ndị pụtara na-ekwu na our eternal leader and people mere ha na Ojukwu cause war an Igbo man an elder and these people ka ya sị gị na anyị nwa ụmụaka anyị nwe ihe anyị ma anyị anụ mgbe e rụrụ the war betụrụ ihe elder kwuge and ihe ọchasị ihe mepere last 2 weeks ago na ndị ọhaneze chọrọ ịga agagharị obiko ndị ọhaneze agaghị ya obiko some of them erule 8 years some of them erule 90 years ọha ama this history our here or the history. Because of all these people problem I want. Our leader, our agent, among our agents, some of our agents in Nigeria, people be all over our home or people be all home now, Biafra war, or good history. You know when you know our elite, people can our generation to ha sị gị na enweghị high grass school anyị anweghị ihe nwa grammar school nwee elite ị na-ele ndị anya gị na-ajụ onwe gị ma iso na ndị grass school ka ndị ọjọọ so gaga gbajie chọọ ha grass school another thing ọzọ m chọrọ ikwu ịma mgbe ịkọga this story mgbe akọga this history emere research na-ahụ na ihe niile ekwuru na redio Biafra ihe niile ekwughị ahụ ha niile ezighi ezi ọkpanye on online ma ga na Wikipedia on my own research mgbe mere cool on that Wikipedia on the start on the headline ha sị mgbe m ga ha sọrọ Igbo cool but ị ga na the context ị ga na ịgụmọsọ the history na-aga n'ihu gauze na the context n'onwe ya ababa kọọ exactly ihe our professor kọọ here otu ihe niile si mee but ka m kwuo because of enwe ndị na-anwụ ndị Igbo like when they are moon and leave, when they are outside Igbo land. I tell after this thing, Haga get check me. Pay Wikipedia. Una la Igbo crew, Haga Oya Igbo crew. Everything those now with the one that's non-Igbo cost. This non-Igbo cost. All these our historians, all these our professors in the league. When you have it, can I change this history? Because all those that acquire Akukai, I got Akukai. Ihe mere anyị wawo ndị ọzọ kwụgara anyị akụkọ anyị wa and ha nwechara something emere etinye nga na-awụ tru and ihe chọrọ ịjụ anyị wawo this our generation and these people na-awụ elite na Igbo land ele mbụ ha gbaga ka eji change history ka eji change this thing ha dere online even online ha dere against Igbo people and also my last thing ka m hapụ ndị ọzọ okwu na this is okwu na I'm sure a lot of us made it everybody because of this history. I know minister. But after this history, I was so bad. I cried. I cried every month. I this history. I wrote to everybody in Biafra land.
There were watching it. Mazi, Dr. Okachi, before you go, just 1 second. There is one thing I want to add, the question he asked about our elite, I said it, I used to say it. Leadership is not only a Bajichok or Iga school. No. Common sense they involved. Their ability, to have sound judgment it's not easy to have a sound judgment, be analytical about what will happen maybe in the next 10, 20, 50 years. Using it now, you start making policies. It's not easy to have somebody like that. Because what I see in our land, we have people that can claim they go to school, they are professionals in their field, honestly speaking, but without sound judgment. Because if Azikiwe, I continue saying it, if Nnamdi Azikiwe has a very sound judgment, he would understand that, look, a foreigner cannot come and create a country and for you to progress in a setting like Nigeria. It's impossible. Of which some people, what is his name, warned him. There are people that warned him that so, and he said, no, don't worry, because he wants to be in control of the good thing, that big Nigeria. Now, can they go there? Let the Europeans, let Britain come out. We know how to. We know how to manipulate them now. Don't worry. Trust me now. Nothing make Onibo. That is small vision. That is small myopism. Don't worry. So that thing we always neglect. But that thing we neglect, we call mundane, is what haunts us in future. Mazi, please, come in, please. Go on, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Leadership, as you said, is part of our problem. And the keep saying it's very easy. But it's the context in which it's said. In the context that when the English got there, or the Europeans got there, they saw a village. And when there's an issue, they sound their gong, and everybody comes out and asks you who invited us to this meeting. Somebody said Queen Victoria wants us to pay tax. Then they will ask, who's Queen Victoria? Please go on. And if you can't explain it, then they will not listen. So they are meant to be stubborn. It's not that. But in the other part of the country, Queen Victoria said you want to collect tax. The emir said tax everybody, and they obey. So you have a disparity between how we responded to authority. If there's a need for us, the village, to send somebody to represent them, that person is waited for on the ground that they are sending somebody to represent the whole village. And when that event finishes, that person just goes and sits down. We didn't have warrant chiefs because he was imposed on us. We didn't have anybody who was imposed on us. When you finish whatever you're representing us for, that sits there. So it's a group of people whose leadership is fractionated. They're very little, if you like, villages. You can't find somebody ruling 10 villages because it doesn't belong to our villages. So our system is very unique, and it was difficult for the Europeans to manage because they wanted, who's the head man? Who do we talk to? Who's the boss man here? That's how they act. But the Igbo was different. We are fractionated in the way we deal with that. Every village is autonomous. So we shouldn't knock that system. But when we encountered modernity, we had leaders like Azikiwe, and he was way ahead of everybody else because he was instructed at Borden Powell College that in order to assist the development of Africans, you have to be seriously educated. There's no way around that. That's why Nnamdi Kanu is doing a great job for us, because you can't come and have half-heartedly in your knowledge at the problem. You've got to be rounded. You've got to understand how the system works. So, but when you become that famous, and someone like Mboni GK said, Zeke, the bigger, there's no road there. So he may disagree with him and say that it becomes an issue. But you are all right. How is it that our leader, who's supposed to be representing this particular corner of the country, will see every single major installations put in the north, and you keep quiet. Yeah, you get independence and then you reconfigure it? No, it's too late. Not only that, the northerners are being pampered by the British, and British are favoring them. Everything goes to them. And then you're not challenging that decision. That is where mistake number one, or really important mistakes, occurred. Because they thought they were building a country. But the other people were thinking, yeah, the country of building is an estate of our grandfather, our great-grandfather. So that was the mistake, they call the mistake of 1914, where they amalgamated North and South. They were supposed to be different countries. So failure engineering was part and parcel of it. So let me park that somewhere and answer our brother Joseph, who obviously has thought seriously about their bully. He mentioned that there's a need for, we did not get the journalists to actually tell us how their bully went. Well, there were journalists in the sense that the journalists said there was, the Abula Code was conducted in a cordial environment. It was done in Ghana. And they decided, they quite rightly pointed out, Ojukwu said, look, we want our brother in Africa, the OAU is called then, not AU, the rest of African Unity, should have a copy of this transcript of what we're discussing. So the rest of the police say, no, this is a Nigeria, this is an internal, this is a brother's matter, this is Nigeria. We don't want anybody to, come and tell us how to manage our country. And to be fair to them, they arrived at some serious discussion. Some of it was heated, and they came to the conclusion of how this country should be put together. And journalists were, Ojukwu had his own secretary. They all had their own secretary. They were able to say exactly what went wrong. What went wrong, I think, part of what went wrong, is that Ankara, who was the Ghanaian general, who was their chairman, who was actually encouraging them to get together and do all this, I believe that he should have stepped in when Gowon was messing about. He should have said, raised the flag and said, look, you guys decided such and such and such and such. Gowon, why on earth are you changing, the minutes of the meeting? Yeah, because you know how strongly the East have been hurt. Yeah, he should have spoken. He should have spoken, called it for what it is. You came to Ghana, you had this conference, and everybody was happy when you're going home. I personally, Ankara took both Ojukwu and Gowon, one on either side where he was sat in the car, the back seat, one on either side, and they said a short prayer and said yes, and so on. But then he started unraveling. Why didn't he intervene and say, look, Gowon, look, Ojukwu, I don't want you guys to start killing each other. Right? This is what he decided. If you want more time, come back to Ghana, let's discuss it further. He didn't do that. And I don't know why. That was one thing I need to raise. The second one is that Nigeria is set up, as a brother Joseph said, as failure engineering. Failure engineering, you design something that is going to fail. Okay? That's why they cited the military in the north and everything in the north. So when they appears that, what was his name? Excelency has taken over the mantle of leadership. So, it's not how we plan Nigeria. Unity. No. That's not unity decree. No, it's not how we plan. We want the north to be separate from the south, so that we can carry manipulating them and getting them to be the same pair of hands, which we really wanted, so they can look after our interests. That is how Nigeria was designed. So anybody who tried to unite it, Igbo coup, because it will backfire. If it was an Igbo coup, then the country is going to suddenly move forward. But we all know it's not an Igbo coup, but it was the BBC first labeled an Igbo coup. Everybody else, you have evidence saying that we're getting rid of corruption. Country nepotism is dead. University students, a bad university, they're all celebrating. And then suddenly, a bombshell drops, is an Igbo coup, and there's no evidence. So, we need to understand that the failure engineering was inbuilt, and Britain wasn't going to let go in a hurry. So, what mistakes then? Did they cite it in Ghana? Was that a mistake? I don't think so, because Ojukwu was invited to come to the British warship parked outside the shores of Nigeria. And the Jaja story, if you remember Jaja Kobo, he was asked to come to the boat to discuss. And when they got there, they arrested him and taken him to the West Indies. So Ojukwu wasn't about to make the same mistake because he knows his history. So Ojukwu didn't go to the British warship to have this conference. They wanted neutral ground, which is Ghana, so the British can't come in and tell the brothers what they're supposed to do and manage their country. So that is the thing I want Brother Joseph to know. It wasn't the mistake going to Ghana. It could have been worse if they discussed it in the British, if you like, war vessel, which may be manipulated to favor Nigeria, but they spoke their mind in Ghana. So I think the site was okay in that sense. Regarding the apology which the Ohanese people were rushing to go and do, when those who killed us should be apologizing to us, they are rushing to go and do it. It's not because they don't know the history. They know the history more than you and I. What we must understand is that those of us who have been given the opportunity to read about its history, that is, particularly those outside who have access to 24/7 electricity, we should not sit on our laurels. We should pick up the books, examine the facts, go to the library, read the newspapers, find out what happened to our people. Because those on the other side are not going to tell you. You need to find out. And when you find out, then you discuss it. So when you have a meeting, your town hall meetings, there should be a passage. There should be an opportunity to raise the history. There should be a historian in each of the Igbo communities to explain to your generations what happened to our people. So not just, those walking into, blindly, what do you call it? Walking blindly into another trap. We need to understand what has happened to us so we can avoid a repetition. So that's why BEAD, Biafra Education Awareness Dissemination, has to take off and make sure we have accurate information, not the one you made up, not propaganda, facts of what happened to our people. And that needs to be disseminated so everybody gets a chance to understand the truth, particularly in the next generation. So nobody's going to tell them it's an Igbo coup. The Igbo people are invaders and all that nonsense. We've got to have the facts available for a generation currently and the one to come. I also must say, our generation, the 66 to 70 generation, when you go through what they've gone through, I do blame them because they should have an obligation to explain to their families and to their children what happened to them, and not come out of their shells and say, this is what I went through, so that their children will not make the same mistake. You have to do it. You don't keep it to yourself. And finally, if BEAD is allowed, they should have memorial for every village, every town, what happened to us during the war. Then this nonsense about, I'm going to go and apologize will stop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mazi. And one thing I want to add also, Ankara, we should also know historically that he overthrew Kwame Nkrumah. And for me, I believe also that he is a British or a Western agent. So anything can or could have happened. Caller on signal, you have been here for 16 minutes, if I'm not wrong. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. There we go. Please go on. Ganiru.
There. Mazi Ukachi, Professor Ukachi. Ndewo. Kukikabi ama dobere weteta.
Mazi, I don't know the connectivity.
If I young story that Biafrans never know.
Mazi Johnathan, sorry, am I coming clear?
Go on, go on.
No, you're not. You are not. Speaking to that, that device clearly, so we can understand what you're saying, then I can answer you. Please.
All right. I thank you, and I thank all Biafrans for the wonderful history you are giving us. I never know that these such things happen to us. Yes, I hear it in media, and I believe what you are saying. And so all these things happen to us, and our elders that are claiming that they are one Nigeria.
Mazi, why is your output, Mazi, please? Your output is not steady. First of all, there's a squeaky noise.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, I don't know. Speak to the telephone direct, please. Can you hear me? No, I think he's gone. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you, Professor Johnathan.
Mazi, there were.
Thank you for taking my call. Biafrans is speaking to a brother who's a scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader. Can you hear me well?
Go on, yes, go on.
I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi, a prisoner of conscience, who set up this Radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality to educate us, and that is what you, Professor Johnathan, is doing. Thank you. I greet your guest in the studio, Dr. Lloyd Okachi. I greet you, my brother. I greet you for what you are doing for Biafrans. Dr. Lloyd Okachi is from education through Radio Biafra when you are being hosted by one of my brothers in Johannesburg here. So I learned from you that the first shot was fired in Gatem. And Gatem is in Ogoja province of Biafra land. That means that it's not a people who caused the war. It doesn't bring the war to kill us. And that is what I learned from you. Thank you, and I'm your fan. I keep on listening to you. Professor Okashi, Dr. Okashi, sorry. What I wanted to ask is, I wanted to hear from you exactly. Is it really the Biafrans who, is it safe for me to say that the Biafrans love even the Nigeria than the Northern love Nigeria? It's like Biafrans love Nigeria more than the Northern. The reason why I'm saying it, I have my reason. Before even the law said that this Nigeria is his father's estate. And I think you was there. Because all the Biafrans were there, they didn't counter it. I think you said that the Biafrans will always be a sacrificial lamb for the Sudanese. And that is to compensate them for what they are doing. That is even before the war. All these things happened before the war. And the Northerners themselves, before the war, they said they don't want to be Nigeria, that they wanted their own separate state. They don't believe in Nigeria. It's the Biafrans. All the two that wanted to destroy Nigeria, is the Biafrans who stop it, even in the north and even in the south. So, Dr. You know, I used to say that to me, I used to see these people as prison waters. I don't know, I call them prison waters. I don't call them leaders. Because if you look at any time that Nigeria wanted to crumple, it's a little man who will come to the middle and put himself on the line. If you check the last election, they even made it that the Northerners, the Fulanis, will be the president and the other one following, which is the Yorubas, which means Igbo are not even supposed to. Then Igbo struggle themselves through level and put the OP in the middle. just to scuffle what we are fighting for. Is it safe to say, man, so what are we going to do to these ones who we call our elders, who keep on punishing us? Our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, came up and said, we know how to do these people, we know how to handle them. Then the elders, the people who say that their elders are called prison warders, come and scuffle it. They don't want to hear from our leader. They went ahead to prescribe us as a terrorist. They are the one teaching them English, telling them what to say. Doctor, please, can you help us? What do we do to these our elders for them to hear our pain? Somebody who is about 10 years to go, but he is now telling us that we are not seeing anything. Yes, it's safe to say that these people are afraid. What makes them to be afraid to the death? Can you help us, doctor, to explain to them and beg them and tell us what we should do with these our elders? Do we still send them to exile at this age, at this their old age? What do we do again for them to know? The person that said they don't want to be in Nigeria, they don't believe in Nigeria, they wanted to go for a long time. And the Biafrans are still teaching themselves to them. They don't want to go. One way the young ones have seen what is happening to us, we are dying in Mediterranean Sea. We are dying everywhere to know if we can survive. The old ones say we must remain. That they have seen what you have not seen. Please, I'm going to step here. Dr. Please don't sit as an elder here. True. Don't sit and tell us what should we do to this elder. I know you are an elder. You have sympathy on the elders. But this is getting out of hand to us. Thank you for taking my call. That's what I love you. IPF members are my God. Bye.
There, Mazi. Doctor, it's over to you. Dr. Kaji.
Brother Scavenger, thank you for your comments. Yes, indeed, Gaken was the first opening shot in the war on the 6th of July 1967, 6767. Nigeria opened up with a barrage of artillery and then sent their infantry across what they call the police action. If that was a police action, then I don't know what a military action is. So the two-pronged attack. The Biafrans resisted that invasion, and that's why we are here today. They were able to withstand it. So you can read up on the actual battlefield with Alexander Madiba, who died last year, and his account of the actual war front, what happened. So you're right, Gaken was where everything started. Now, regarding our elders, or regarding the Fulanese or the Northerners, their party, interestingly, is Northern People's Congress. They don't really believe in that you are a Nigerian, so because for them it's the North first, Northern Nigeria first, before anybody else. A bit of apartheid. Since you're in South Africa, you have the history of apartheid. So everyone who comes to the northern part of Nigeria was regarded as a foreigner. They rather employ an expat first before they give the job to an Igbo person. So expat first, then another Nigerian before an Igbo person is given the job. And then the derogatory remark that if you employ Igbo and put them in the work camp, they're going to emerge as the head man of that head camp. I got annoyed with that statement. We don't want to be the head man of the camp. We want to own the camp. So that's why they don't like us. Why would you want to be the head man of the labor camp when you can own the camp itself? Anyway, put that aside. Nigeria is a Lugadian cage. Lugard is Lord Lugard who joined North and South for economic convenience because Britain couldn't afford to administer the North as they wanted, but they wanted the money from the South to administer the North to make it economically viable. So you have a cage which Nnamdi Kanu calls a zoo. Yeah, so the zookeepers are the ones entrusted to keep it as a zoo. But the Lugadian cage you and I find as Nigeria, and you're now calling the elders as the zookeepers. Well, actually, they are not zookeepers, they're the assistant zookeepers. The zookeepers are up in the north. They have oil wells, they run the country, and they have their followers outside the country. They know exactly how to keep everybody down. So your elders who you're constantly hammering are actually not the zookeepers. They are, perhaps I'll label them assistant to the assistant zookeepers. Yeah? So they're nowhere near a seat of power. But we now need to ask them, well, we can only change that mindset if the youth, since we are blaming the elders, the youth and those who are not elders need to really do what Nnamdi Kanu did. You need to go out there and research and find out as much as you can about what happened to our people. You need to really, really understand your history. So when an elder said to you, oh, you wouldn't understand. What I see sitting down, you will not see standing on an uliko tree. You say, sorry, man. Or sorry, sir. What you're saying sitting down is wrong because our people are being killed. So you need to bring up the alternative to those phrases, what an elder will see sitting down. It's not you're disrespecting them, but it's possible they forgot most of the facts. So you have to hit them with information and say, this is what happened. They kicked us at Gakem. So if you come and tell me that we started the war, then you're wrong. Because it's documented that they invaded us and we had to defend ourselves. You need to arm them. You need to give them facts. You can't just fold your arms when they tell you Ojukwu started the war. When you know he didn't. He defended, he tried to protect his people. So our job as those who are not, who are not supporting the elders for whatever reason, their peculiar gains or whatever. You need to have a balanced and alternate version of what the facts are. You've got to have the information. I don't want you to go there and distort the facts that some people like me to do. I want you to go and research, find out what actually happened. Wherever you are, in their libraries, you can ask for data, information about Biafra. You see, people outside know more about it. That's what BEAD is supposed to be doing. BEAD, Biafra Education Awareness Dissemination, is like the information about Biafra is scattered everywhere on the planet. Yeah, the whole world knows about Biafra more than the youth and the elders put together. Britain at one stage boasted and said, we know more about Biafra than any other country. Britain, during the war. Because they understand the place and they want to make sure Biafra did not emerge for a reason best known to themselves. So I'm saying BEAD stands for Biafra Education Awareness Dissemination. So you've got to find that the information about Biafra is scattered all over the world. If they are like a bead, and that bead of knowledge, you're gathering them, you turn into a string of pearls. That is the pearls of wisdom, which you're going to need to emerge as a nation. You need the facts, you need information. So we're the information age. You can't go out there being ignorant. And someone asks you, tell me about Biafra. So, we had genocide. Yes. When? Let me see now. I can't remember the date. Tell me more about Biafra. You said you had genocide. How many people died? Is it 200? Is it 7 million? Is it 10 to 20 million? Let's get the facts right. Okay? And then we'll be able to confront our enemies. Okay? So knowledge is power. Let's apply it. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi. Caller on signal. Mazi, hear me, please. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Good evening from here.
There were Mazi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Luis Okache, good evening from here. So my question goes this way. I want to understand from you, why is it that our people, despite of what they have seen with their eyes and other things, why in general, why do they devoid the ability to understand political structure? both local and international. That's number one. Then, secondly, why do our professors, those in educational field and some area, maybe those that can speak, devoid to amend some ugly histories being tabled down by those I will consider as enemy or those who hate Igbos that write our history? Why do they devoid to correct all these problems? And secondly, why not to begin to make change to write our history for ourselves? Igbo languages and other things that's going on. So why are they lacking behind? Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, my brother. It's a very, very important thing you raised. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. You were asking why did our people not understand political structure? It's a very important question because supposing we understand the political structure, supposing we know how to vote with one block as a people, okay? Supposing we're able to cast our votes so that we back one candidate. Suppose we want to change the rules of Nigerian politics and say from now on we vote for Mr. Mr. Isi1 or Nagbalam number 2. Because nobody asks number 1, is a Nagbalam 1. So supposing we pick somebody we feel we understand to help us understand the politics. When you come to the House of Rep or the House of Senate, let's say all the Igbo or the Biafran, what they call Southeast, South. You never know they're the North. It's always South. Suppose you put all the votes and you vote for one particular cause, yeah, in the House of Senate or Representative, the people who can change in voting, there are more in Kanu State alone than in your Southeast. So, my brother, politics is not the way we're going to survive this problem, because they have rigged it in such a way there are more legislators coming from 1 or 2 states in the north than in the whole Southeast put together. So how are you going to change any of the political, instructions? So we are hamstring. That is why it's taking so long for you to mention it in Biafra, because they have rigged the election, they have rigged the politics, they have rigged everything about us, that you are designed not to emerge at all as a political force. Okay, so that is my take on it. So politics, unfortunately, you can vote until you're blue in the face. Get your voting card, get this card, get that card. At the end of the day, you'll be rigged out. If you're not rigged out, even if you're voting genuinely, the other side have enough voting rights than you do. And when you look at elections, you look at the people lined up to vote. You have children carrying voting cards. Yeah, so you should know that politics is not going to work. The only politics, I think, the voting that is designed that will work and save the people is a referendum, where we say we're fed up with this system, we are going to stay or we're not going to stay. So that is why IPOB is talking about referendum as a solution. But most people think, oh, let's go and vote. Let's have the next election, I will vote for Mr. Y. I vote for Mrs. X. That will solve the problem. No, it wouldn't. I'm sorry to say. So politics, I'm glad people are beginning to understand it's not going to work for you, because it's rigged in such a way. Not only are the votes rigged, the actual instrumentation of it is so biased that it's not going to work for you. So you need to zeroize everything about the politics in Nigeria so that you have people proportionally represented. Not only that you have a proper census of election so that you know who's actually who. But before you can get to that, you just cancel everything and make sure you have a referendum. Do you want to stay Nigerian or do you want to stay outside Nigeria before we begin to do anything politically? We'll be here for the next 100 years trying to vote. It's not going to solve any problem. That is my own personal view. Then you talk about, to know our history and why do we need to avoid correcting issues. Yeah. So there's a need for all the professors and all the people who know the area who can speak. Could it be that if you are a head of let's say, history professor, and you come and publish something which you know is true, that the people who are going to vet it will lock you up in the next prison available and you disappear? Would you go ahead and do that? So the atmosphere for academic excellence and truth searching is not available. So whilst we blame our learned people, they've also got to survive in the environment they find themselves in. So the system is rotten to the core, so that even those who are in a position to make a difference cannot or will not without risking their lives and livelihoods. So you have to bear that in mind. Thank you.
There, Mazi. And what you said, let me also put this question forward so that you also say something about it. In as much as many of our, or most of our political elites are just, anti-Biafra, anti-people, anti-our people. We have people that serve us regionally, like Sam Mbakwe, that try to use their initiatives to do something very good for our people. And we are seeing also one of the present governors, which we all know, that is trying under very hard circumstances. Now, what does it take other people? Why will you try to be a political leader of your people, even regionally, as a governor, a senator, without having the mind of sacrifice for our public interests? Whereas some others, no matter how few they are, they did it and they are doing it. It doesn't matter the situation they face, the hard situation, or the threat to their life they face. Why others cannot do it? Or most of others. Instead, they are anti-people. They are against our people. Like in Imo State. He has to, because of his political interest, if it is somebody reasonable, I used to say it here on Radio Biafra. Even if the caliphate wants him to go there, he politely tell them that, look, oh no, this one is too much. From fourth position, just wait till another election. Let's see, but leave this one because I know it will cause chaos. But he didn't do it because he is hoping or looking forward to that post. So why also is it so? There are some few that are ready to sacrifice, even in the Nigeria setting, to do something. I don't know whether you can say a little bit before I take another caller.
Yes, Mazi, just a little bit. The leaders and the led, they go hand in hand, isn't it? If you go to, let's say, a country called, what's the best way to describe it? Supposing you have a hypothetical country that's called Massaog. Massaog. And that Massaog had an election. Somebody won the election. And then they voted, everybody voted, and the fourth person from that election is now made the leader or the winner of the election. All those Massaudians just keep quiet. Yeah? And then, surprise, surprise, things are not going well. Because the person who is now leader did not have a mandate of the people. And we clap for them, and this is from a village in Massadia. And therefore, it's our turn. So the led and the leaders is like, those who are being led are not saying anything or doing anything, and they expect everything to work out perfectly. Where on this planet do you have somebody who came forth in an election, becomes the leader of that particular election or the winner of that election, and everybody throws their arms? Yeah? And then you expect no consequences. So that is our problem. We like to vote. By all means, we go to an election, we vote. No regard to the consequences of who won and who didn't win. Until, if you must vote, then act on your mandate. And that is how Nigeria was wrecked, because in the West, they had wild, wild West, because they said, we are not going to put up with Akintola fixing and rigging the election. Men became pregnant overnight. So refer to people wearing a ballot and stuffing with ballot boxes. They go to ballots and stuff the page. And then say that your government means election and you expect to have peace. So it was that wet year that causes the Nigerians to have a coup, because the Yorubas refused to abide by that nonsense. Yeah? And 50 years plus later, somebody wins when they're not supposed to win, and we throw their arms. Yeah? So that's my own take on the matter. We want to vote, and we don't want to worry about the consequences of somebody trying to rob our mandate. We do nothing about it. Thank you.
There, Mazi. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Please go on. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
There, Mazi Johnathan. Good evening to you from here. My name is Desmond, and I'm calling you from Italy. Mazi Dr. Okachi, good evening to you from here also. I want to thank you for this series of lectures. Doc, you see, our people really passed through a lot, and it's very terrible. But the thing is that the best way people can learn their history is through school, from elementary to university. And you can see that today Nigeria controls the educational system within that region, and we cannot get it because the ONUK report, some of us have tried to get it both on the net or it's not coming. Although we saw some things, but then we needed something more that explain what really happened to people, because from your history also it's very obvious that it's not even complete, because you talked about Kanu, Katsina, and so on, but there are some other places in the north, because it was the planned thing that we've not really gotten what happened to our people. I want to ask Mazi, you, in one of your series, you talked about how even Europeans in Nigeria then refuse to help our people. What I want to ask is, who informed the Europeans not to help our people? Is it the Nigerian government? Is it the Britain? Is it the international community? Having asked this question, then I want to now bring it to our leaders' situation today. Who is holding our leader today? And what do you think we have to do to get our leader released? Because it is obvious that the detention of our leader goes beyond Nigeria. And then you also talked about, in your last today's you also talked about where they try to attack some of our elites. Then the main elites, them like people like China Achebe in the West, in Yoruba land, trying to cite, they wanted to attack him to know if the pen is sharper than the sword. I also want you to enlighten Biafrans. Is it not high time that Biafrans bring out their money to support ESN, because they always want to know if the pen is sharper than the sword. And China Achebe run away for his life, which means the sword is sharper than the pen. Because if the pen is sharper than the sword, it would have stayed. So now, why can't our people bring out money to support ESN and for the land for us to be ready. That is another thing which we have to tell our people on that aspect also. Now, another thing is that there is this thing, Ojukwu, the Aburi Accord agreement, and Ojukwu came back, and he was waiting for Gowon to announce what they agree. And that comes in question also. Our leader was here with us, working with DOS, and he went to Kenya and was kidnapped, and DOS was not aware. Who was he talking with? Whom did he trust? Apart from the DOS. Because, you see, if we continue, because here, I don't think there is need for us to ask too much question. It's for us to see what happened to our people and learn from it. That's the only way we can be victorious this time. And I will also say that anything going on with our leader today, the DOS should be aware. And anybody meeting him, they should also be aware. Because, so therefore, they can be relating to Biafrans. Because you can see it's as if what happened in Aburi Accord is what happened in Kenya. In its own form, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that, Mazi, it is high time we talk to our people rawly, as in we open it raw. Since our people don't want to know like raw. Because if you talk now, whom do we trust now? Talking about the history and the experience that we've had. Are we going to trust the UN? Even though we need allies, yes, but who are we going to trust? If you're in a situation that you have nobody to trust, can't you trust yourself? And then save yourself? Mazi, so you can talk to Biafrans on this. That is only what I want to input. Thank you very much. Nnamdi Johnathan. Bless you all.
Mazi Desmond, Mazi, please, Dr. Okachi, please, you go on. I think this will be the last. This is the last question. You go on and also make your summary. I mean, the pattern
okay.
Please go on.
Yeah, Desmond, I think is your name from Italy, my brother. Thank you for raising all those salient points. Going back to where do I begin? Let's talk about what is it? Sword mightier than the pen. When the war broke out in Nigeria, the expats, the white people who were living in Nigeria, I believe it was in Lagos, they were arguing who's going to win this war. The clever Igbos, they always call the Igbos clever, or the Hausas, because by then everyone's seen as the Hausa versus Igbo. They don't know Fulani and the Brits were ganged up. Anyway, so the phrase they were using is if you have a fight between the bullet and the brain, who's going to win? I'm not for one moment assuming that Biafra is supposed to be brain and the bullet is supposed to be any other person, but it's a hypothetical question. If you have a fight between the bullet and the brain, who will win? Well, so that's another question, isn't it? The brain will say to the person carrying the gun, hello, sir, or thank you, sir, please, sir, because the brain will find a way to survive. Okay, so because the person holding the bullet, when they pull the trigger, the brain is gone. Okay, and that's it. So the bullet can have more destructive effect to the brain than the brain can have on the bullet. So if you follow the argument. So, the Biafrans, who are supposed to represent the brain, and the bullet supposed to represent their adversaries. The fact that Biafra is still alive today means that at the end of the day, you can say, yes, sir, to the brain, to the bullet, knowing that when you have your chance, as long as the brain is alive, you find a way to overcome the bullet in the end. But if you just go in and say, bullet, I dare you, the brain will blow to pieces. Okay, so there's a word English uses called subtlety. You've got to find a way to survive. So for all intents and purposes, I think we have survived. And as Chinedu, thank goodness, he understood that although the pen is mightier than the sword, but you don't allow it to be tested in the circumstances he found himself in Lagos, away from his home. So that is the first thing to say about that. So regarding our people, we need to speak with one voice. How do we get Nnamdi out? Because they're so desperate voices, we were separate. Everybody saying what they want to say. One day pulling this way, they're pulling that way. The Biafrans have the most incredible power on this planet. And one day, when they speak one voice, the world will shake. I've been saying this. So, to get Nnamdi out, we need to come together and speak one voice. The Yorubas, as a contrast, they had gone through Operation Wetier. People left Yoruba land to go and camp in Dahomey, which used to be what Benin Republic used to be called. They actually left Yoruba land. They were pouring acid on you, pouring petrol and burning people. They had incredible conflict. But now, do one thing and they'll close ranks as in people. So one day, it is my hope, people of Igbo extract and Biafran extraction will speak one voice. When they do that, they start being, the pariah, the people they kick around in Nigeria, because you can't kick between 50 to 70 million people in a country and get away with it. That's what the enemy has been doing all the time. You're not united. It is the unity, It is the unity of our people that will make our generation to survive. You need to be united to make sure you've done everything possible to release Nnamdi at the earliest possible time, in a practical date. And something we should take as a mandate. Both the elders, those who should know better, the politicians, the tradesmen, the scholars, they need to come together and say, because you've got one of ours, you must release him, or we have to do something we have to evolve a strategy that will make us register our displeasure of having one of us locked up for 3 years now, and we're not doing anything about it. The DRS, they've been like incredible support, making sure IPOB is retained and kept us run with ESN doing its bit, okay? But the rest of us, the rest of, if you like, Biafrans, you can't understand what is going on and you fold your arms, because if they get away with it, then you find that if they get away with suppressing Nnamdi, then which of us is going to be free from suppression? None. So it is a rallying call. It's been there now for 3 years. There's a need for us to get our heads together, our acts together from every nook and cranny that make up the Biafra land. Okay? If you call a party, more people will turn up. Ask for assistance at ESN, people disappear. And then we wonder why they're holding us back. Imagine what would happen when we come together as a people, like they did, the class of 66 to 70. They were assaulted, tortured, maimed, killed, starved to death, but they held out for nearly 3 years. Without rioting, without accusing Ojukwu or the leadership or whatever, elders or whatever, they fought a war which is supposed to lose in 72 hours or 1 week. So that was the type of unity. They mobilized their talent. The scientists did their stuff. Even the women went and traded behind enemy lines. Okay? The women went into battle. So there's a Biafran woman who fought in the rural sector until she was shot. we need to understand our history, the type of people we are, know that we are nowhere near united, that is required to extricate us out of this current mess we find ourselves in. We've been 50 years planning to destroy you as a people. And we've not done enough to stem that flow of hatred. And it keeps flaring up. Since the war ended, they've killed thousands more. They've starved many more. They denied you your rights as a citizen of a country which they claim that you are a member of. They need to now work together to decide whether they're going to carry on being in Nigeria or have a referendum to get out. That's how people who are educated and sensible human beings behave in all over the world. And we need to understand that we have the opportunity and ability to do this. Okay? Nnamdi Kanu has shown it. His courage is, without doubt, one of the best we've seen since the war ended. And courage is contagious. We need to understand all this. ESN needs support. Let me explain why. During the war, as a child, I slept in the bush as the war was about to end. When we left our village, they were shelling, we were running from A to B. So the night where we were running to B was our own number at the time. The Nigerian army were chasing to try and get there before we did. Because it was dark, we went into the bush, into the forest. That's where we slept overnight. In the morning, we heard O Shibe, Nigerian Marine Commando. O Shibe, Nigerian Marine Commando. O Shibe, Nigerian Marine Commando. Normally, you hear, when they hear Nigerian Marine Commando, you hear the Biafrans say, well, come and die, because that's how bitter the war was. We didn't hear come and die. So the time we're going to enter, they've already got there, and they were also behind us. So you didn't need anybody to tell you that the situation is very dire. This would have been just before the war was surrendered. Why did I mention this? Because inside the bush we were safe. Okay? But now, after the war, every major city in Biafra land is occupied by one brigade of Nigerian army or the other. In Enugu, in Omahia, in Onitsha, in Owerri, they've all got their brigades there. So if there's any commotion, we run into the bush. And guess who wants to stay in your bush now? The herdsmen and the Fulani with their terror weapons. So your town is not safe. Your forest is not safe. And what do you think will happen if the war was to start again? Is the bullet going to be more than the brain? Or is the brain going to be more than the bullet? So the ESN is trying to clear the forest, the bush, which might afford us some protection. This is just my views. So therefore, there's a need to support them, because they need to clear the forest of those who have come to your land, who doesn't want to do commerce in the city or the villages, want to hide in your bushes. So they need to be ejected from their bushes. Because when you go to the north, you don't go and camp in the bushes. You buy houses, you build the houses, and you trade in the streets. And if you're one country, why is it that they should come and hide in your forest? When you go there to farm, they kill people, they rape people, they destroy people, they terrorize people. So why is that? So if you're able to support those who are not being paid, but volunteer their lives to look after what belongs to you, you really have no choice but to support them. Because if you don't, whatever it is you're trying to accumulate and amass will vaporize in one day. The UN is not going to come running in. The UK, well, forget it. Who do you think is going to come and rescue you? Okay? So, when you are ready to save yourselves, then you support ESN you support IPOB, you speak with one voice, because that's the only thing that will help us as an entity to survive. Because genocide is what has been happening. Genocide Nigeriana is what's been happening. It's a type of genocide which is difficult to explain to people outside. Yeah? So I'm going to end by asking you to understand what genocide is. Yeah? So what is genocide? The word genocide was coined by somebody called Raphael Lemkin. He is a lawyer of Polish-Jewish descent who was known for initiating the Genocide Convention. He coined the word genocide back in 1943-44. It's from a Greek word, genos, which means tribe, family, or race, and added it to Latin word cide, C-I-D-E, which means killing. So genocide is killing of a tribe, a race, or family, wiping them out. So the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on the 9th of December 1948. Resolution 260, and was entered as a force in January 12, 1951. Nigeria has committed genocide against us. Now, if you unite together, you ask them to explain why this happened. You are in the same country, but they turned against you and committed genocide. What is genocide? Well, Rwanda has experienced it, but nobody thinks Biafra had experienced it. Armenia has experienced it, so have the Jews. How do we classify in the Biafran context? Well, this usually is based on ethnic or religion or both. Well, the Easterners of Biafra, the majority of Ndibu, yeah, we stretch from Nsukka even beyond that to Opobo. Never mind being divided south, 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 south. They don't have north, north, north. The whole of Igbo land, the whole of Southeast, are people who are being persecuted. So what about symbolism? First of all, the people who have been picked have a dress code. They could have a tribal mark, the accent, the way they speak. They like trade, enterprise, education. So that is one of the symbolism. Are they discriminated on? For over 54 so years, they have been discriminated. Dehumanized? Yes. They have, Nigeria has an Igbo problem. I don't know why. They have this, if you like, primordial hatred for the Igbos. Okay? The Igbos lived in a common settlement. When they went to the north, they were quarantined in southern Garis. Okay? So, the dividing the country along ethnic and religious lines is a very major agenda which the current, if you like, when the last government came, we need to make sure those who voted for him are looked after. So you're polarizing the people. So, in a way, to carry out genocide, you have to be political, economic, and militarily. All those fronts were being assaulted, both politically, economically, and militarily. Are we being persecuted? Yes. The word they're trying to use, marginalization. Oh, everyone is marginalized, and not to the extent as the Igbos are. There was an attempted extermination in 1966, pogrom in the north, which followed by full-scale war, in which we were outgunned. And they have carried on denying genocide. In some places, everybody knows it has happened. There's this denial that gets to me. Yeah? They don't want to tell the truth, they cover it up. Where the world powers like Britain, even Russia, they have been silent due to their complicity. They were involved. They renamed a map of Biafra, Bight of Biafra, they changed it as cartographic vandalism. They removed your name from the map, which has been there even before Nigeria was coined. No history of Biafra is taught in school. It's up to us now to research the history and make sure our generation and the future generation knows about Biafra. There's non-stop insistent arrest of anyone with Biafra. How many road maps, road blocks do you have in Biafra land, for God's sake? What's that about? Okay? So, there's a lot I can say to you about what's happening to our people. We can bury our heads in the sand. We can pretend it's not happening to us. But the longer we leave it, the more the problem is going to be for us to surmount. This current generation, I'm urging you to please, please, please understand your history and challenge the status quo. Make sure the next generation don't have to carry all this struggle. Let it end with us and restore Biafra for them. For I told you when Biafra was declared, you guys don't know what freedom sounds like or feels like. There's a tremendous outburst of joy when you hear you're now your own country. There's nothing quite like it. Yeah? I think it's a national anthem which tries its best to try and clarify what we are hoping to achieve. Yeah? Oh my goodness, I can't carry on all day. So Mazi Johnathan, I thank you for the privilege of allowing me to come to Radio Biafra. What I do know is that our people, they have been through a lot, but yet they have blossomed. They have bloomed in spite of all they've gone through. And as I said in our national anthem, the waving standard which emboldens the free shall one day, not only one day, shall always be our flag of liberty. Biafra will survive because of the people that fought for it. And they're told that, yes, before I came, I'm told that Biafrans were like heroes. But now that I've come, I know that heroes fight like Biafrans. So let's remember them on the 30th of May because of the incredible sacrifice these secondary school pupils made for us and paid the ultimate sacrifice. So there's a lot for us to learn, and let's not let them down. I thank you, Mazi Johnathan, for listening.
There were Mazi, and remain blessed. We must continue. Everybody must be contributing his or her own quota into this struggle. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is where we end this bid series this year. You remember, I think last 2 years, I also hosted them on this hallowed platform. So we must continue. There is a question Mazi Desmond asked about our leader. He's going to Kenya. Why he didn't trust? Nobody knew among the leadership, the US, what was he doing there, all those kind of things. So, my brother, I believe it is not for Dr. Okachi to answer that question, neither any other person. It is for our leader. He will answer it anyway, because, we are Biafrans. As Dr. Okachi have been saying about us, Biafrans, we are inquisitive. And rightly so, because it is our culture, it's part of us. So, it is when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu comes out that I know now we shall ask him this question. And he is in the right position to answer them. And rightly so, because people died. People have died and continue dying due to his kidnapping. It is a reality. It is not something that is being made up. No. So, nonetheless, we must continue. We must learn from our history. You know, I said this the other time. In cars, people that put rear view mirror, side glasses, they are not stupid. Because as long as you are driving, while you are driving, for you to move safely to your destination, you must be watching your back. It's very, very important. You must be watching your back. And that is what we are doing. If you don't know your past, you will not even understand where you are going. The problem with us, as I see, is that we were condemned or sentenced into trading, which is the last thing. You know, they push us into the dustbin, for your information, immediately after the war. They wanted to make our land uninhabitable. No development. That is why, even it is, I know it is our Chuku that pushed them. That they didn't come to buy our land. They made it as a policy not to buy our land, not to purchase any part of Biafra land, neither to build anything that belongs to them. Otherwise, our land would have gone. I know that is a mistake that they are also regretting. But I know it is not something ordinary. You understand? Otherwise, that time, could have sold agro. People would have sold their land for anything. And by now, we'll be regretting. But they entered into a policy of making our land unlivable, sidelining it for development. They don't care. Don't do anything there. And they push us into the dustbin, I should say, of trading. You know, the last thing a person can do, because everybody can do it. Once you are broke, you are poor, you buy tomatoes on the table. It's the commonest thing. That is trading. They push us there, sentence us there, saying, and be destroyed forever. Later did they know that from there also we rose up and become the pillar. We manage ourselves, entered into boy. You know, do you see how solidarity works? This boy is going down in our land. This is what helped us. Boy. Now, that dustbin they push us into, the caliphate push us into that. They were watching us to shrink and die natural, very painful natural death as a people. But from there, we started rising. From trading, started rising. And now we're in charge. Developing everywhere. With little or nothing they give to us. Little, nothing. Because when you hear 20 pounds given to our people, how many of our people had bank account at that time? How many? Just if you go and research the percentage, very little. If you have an account in the bank at that time, 1960s, it's when you will be given, even if you have 1 million pounds, they give you 20 pounds. Majority of our people didn't have bank account. So virtually we receive nothing. But from the dustbin we rose up. Do you see it? And they follow us to that place. They follow us to, the dustbin. Because they were surprised that these people from those being they have risen up. People that were sentenced into extermination. Do you see the Lagos, what do you call it? Lagos Calabar so-called highway, which is being engaged, was being engaged. I think 700 kilometers. Today they are saying that they are no more going to continue. Do you see Nigeria for you? Do you know why? Their target is to destroy that our brothers beach resorts. Billions of naira worth of investment. They destroyed it and now they say, no, there is fiber optics that pass. We are no more going to embark on that road. Otherwise, we destroy internet. So they didn't know these things before starting. Their target is to destroy Igbo man. Nothing more. Mazi Johnathan said it. He said the problem of Nigeria is Igbo. Sickness of Nigeria is Igbo man. Nothing more. They have tactically destroyed that. That is investment. And now they say, no, we are no more going to continue. And do you know what? They use a Biafran to destroy a Biafran. They use Igbo man to destroy Igbo man. Dave Omahi they use as Minister of War. Tomorrow when you talk, they will say, no, is it not your brother that did it? No, be also. Not your brother. As they are using a week in Abuja. The same thing. They say, no, be your brother that in the do all this is. Now, your brother will not be we. That is how they behave. Do you understand me? So, it is high time we become wiser. As our eternal leader declared that had it been he knew what he know now, that time before he died, he would have declared Biafra earlier. So that thing he didn't know is what we know now. Now, we are wiser now. So why should we be making the same mistake? Now, Zwahia. Just now, Zwahia. Aputa early in the morning. Aputa no shudi. Erigodu mama put. The worst thing you can do to people is sentencing them to Zwahia. Ile character Zwahia. You see, I know you're not shop and I'm one jack. Aga magide njakịrị customer bịa just to pacify customer and get something from him. Nothing more. Pacification. Amacha njakịrị when they go ịzụ ahịa that day. When again na amaba na bịa palọ. Aṅụchata ihe move ola aga na agwụ. The following day was Sunday aga church service. Ganye testimony otu Jesus recovery for the whole week. We are in a piteous situation. It's better we know it. What happened to us, our people never learned. Our people never learned from our past history. It's only useless. Dumb people don't learn from history. Do you see why Israel is so brutal? They know their history. They know that any slightest error, they go back to the status quo, it will be worse. So that is why they are brutal. I'm just giving it as an illustration. I'm not supporting them. I'm not supporting nobody. But I'm just giving it as an illustration. Do you understand me? So, but we ourselves, we are the people that love Nigeria. We are more Nigerians than Nigeria itself. Peter Obi will come and fix Nigeria. Always, they will scatter everything and carry it to put in the. He will go there and bring the problem for Igbo people also. That imagine that is Peter Obi.
No mekataghị ka ndị iro wee were ala nsọ Biafra onye na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro ma ndị na-agba mgbọ ebe niile dị iche iche onye na Chineke nna ihere bụ nke niile etu n'ụbọchị nke taa anyị wee na-etoghị wee na-asị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile onye ọ bụla anyị a na-azọpụta onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen anyị wee na-asị eze ebube dị ngọzi na ọtụtụ na-eja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ise
Okay, thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning, afternoon and night. So I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you have joined us from. Thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Thank you for waking up with us. This is Sunrise on Radio Biafra London, and my name is Mazi Sochima Mbanali. And today is the 24th day of November 2024, the 24th day of November 2024, and the time now is 5 minutes past the hour of 5 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. Once more, I welcome you to this hallowed platform. I welcome you this very, very morning. It is an honor, it is a privilege to be with you here every morning from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time. Of course, our religion is Biafra, and it is here on Radio Biafra that we worship. This is where we conscientize ourselves. This is where we motivate ourselves. Every single day when I come here, especially since this November, since Ember period began, whenever I come here, I get surprised. I get surprised that, wow, we are already at the 24th day of November, the way time flies. And this is a reminder to you that time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. They told us, tick says the clock, tick tick. What you have to do, do quick. So what you have to do today, do it today. What you have to do tomorrow, do it tomorrow. What you have to do next week, do it next week. Yes, what you have to do next week, do it next week. Patience is also a virtue. Okay. So thank you very much for being part of this program. And right now we are streaming live on Facebook. It's been a while since we streamed on Facebook. Crazy, yes? But yeah, today we are streaming live on Facebook. We usually do get disconnections, when we stream on Facebook, but we are trying to see today if, that will occur anyway today. But hopefully it will not be the case. So thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Very soon I will be joined by our brother, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku. And this beautiful day we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be talking about IPOB. We'll be talking about Nigeria military, of course. And perhaps the conversation will have a little bit conversation regarding Eperima, the criminal in Finland. But today, yes, that is the outline for today. And I want to remind you that you can join us on our FM radio at 102.1 FM. If you are anywhere in Biafra land, the frequency is 102.1 FM. That is the frequency. And I want to remind you that we are streaming live on satellite as well. We are streaming live on satellite. Yes. And we are also streaming live from various apps. Yeah, such as Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio, yes. So all these apps are easy to download. Just go to your app store and download them. Just go to your app store and download them. Easy, easy. Yeah, we had issues with the app, but now it is sorted. This is freedom fighting, so there are complications that can occur here and there, but we had it sorted. And then the radio is opening in various places that did not have the coverage now can attest to it that it is enjoyment all through. Yeah, people are attesting that the radio has opened at various places. So it is a testament to the fact that we are determined, that we go nowhere. Our only destination is Biafra. There is no other destination except Biafra. Therefore, if you are part and parcel of this struggle, if you are in one way or the other advocating for the progress of this struggle, then you must pat yourself on the back. You must understand that what your work is doing, the work that you are doing, is ricocheting. It is work that you can see. You can see the implication of what you are doing. You can see it right before your eyes. You can see that every day your effort is not for granted. Your effort, the seeds, the fruit, the seed is bringing out fruit each and every day. So that is one thing that I must say to each and everyone who has been part of this, GCK. So, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the stand of IPOB, and that stand will not change. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the unconditional release of Biafrans who have been kidnapped, who have been abducted by the Nigeria government. Biafrans who are languishing in various detention facilities, various dungeons. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of these Biafrans. There is no other way around it. There is no other way around it except the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and these Biafrans. You remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, was kidnapped and tortured for 8 days in Kenya. He was kidnapped on the 19th of June, 2021. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to illegally incarcerate him in the DSS dungeon, Abuja. And this is despite rulings from various courts of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. They have refused to obey their own law. They have refused to obey their own court. And we are saying enough is enough. A country cannot function without the rule of law. A country cannot function without the rule of law. And this is why Nigeria is not functional. This is why it doesn't matter what people do, how much attempt people make in order to make Nigeria work. Nigeria cannot work because the system is designed not to work. Therefore, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave Nigeria a solution to their problems. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up with a workable solution, not just a mirage, not just a solution that is just something that is not practical. This is a very practical solution that will bring a permanent solution to the Nigerian problem. Rather than thank him, rather than be thankful, rather than say, yes, this is the type of a person that we need. What they did was they went to Kenya, they kidnapped him on the 19th of June 2021. They tortured him in Kenya for 8 days before they extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. And since then, IPOB members, we've been fighting. Biafrans, we've been fighting. Our friends, our well-wishers, lovers of freedom all over the world, we have been fighting in order to ensure not only the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but the freedom of every Biafran that is in the DSS dungeon and the freedom of the Biafran people. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of thousands of Biafrans who are illegally held by the Nigeria government at the different dungeons across the contraption called Nigeria. Nigeria government must stop the abduction. Nigeria government must stop the dehumanization. Nigeria government must stop the extrajudicial killing of our people. We are saying enough is enough. It was on the 14th of September 2017 that Nigeria government, the same zoo government, invaded the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the home of his parents, His Royal Highness Israel Okukanu. They invaded his home. They tried to assassinate him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They tried to assassinate him, and he managed to escape the assassination. He managed to escape the assassination, but at least 28 people were massacred, were mowed down at his home that day by Nigeria Army. At least 28 people were mowed down at his home on that very day by the Nigeria Army. These are people who were not armed, unarmed people. They were mowed down by the Nigeria government. And we are saying enough is enough. Not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, 7 mass graves was discovered. 7 mass graves was discovered after that operation by the Nigeria Army. 7 mass graves. Yet this is a country that is asking, that is saying that it should be one. How can a country with such a character, a country that behaves in this way, want us to be a part of it? You can see that that is not workable. That cannot work. That cannot work. Those who are mounting one Nigeria are not interested in keeping Nigeria one. They are not interested in the least in keeping Nigeria one. So this morning, once more, I want to thank you for being here this morning, for being part of this program. And this morning we'll have a candid conversation. Very soon I will be introducing our brother Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku, and then we will take it there. We'll take the conversation to. It's going to be very informative, I must tell you. It's going to be very, very informative, I must tell you. So, you must come close to your listening device this morning. We will be talking about a whole lot of, we'll be discussing a whole lot of issues. We'll be talking about IPOB, we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we'll be talking about, Nigeria Army. And, I want to first of all read what Mazi Johnathan Chinedu wrote. And he says, thanks to IPOB media, their consistent media activities for the past months against criminals, kidnappers, infiltrators, and agent provocateurs really paid off well. Some might not understand what has transpired. The IPOB media sensitization approach is gold and must be studied in future. In couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against the enemies of Biafra. Okay, let me take it again. It says, couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against enemies of Biafra struggle, and on the process, they completely separated the chaff from the wheat, and those concerned got the signal on who is who within the Biafra agitation. People don't know many of these criminals in Biafra have been caught and many are on the run. And most of them could not hide under Biafra agitation anymore to commit crimes. However, there are also people you will kill and brag about, and their spirit will bring you down. Mazi Johnathan. They brag and dance on the social media for your death. Today, some are being served breakfast behind bars. Some already had their last lunch and dinner, and some have no place to hide in order to relax. The fight for the restoration of Biafra is on. I told them, we have ears, and we hear every noise around us. Some people think speaking is silver, but for me, listening is gold. Okay. So this is to say, yeah, we are doing a wonderful job. And this is also to encourage us for us to not relent. Because when things like this is said, it is for us not to relent. It is for us to redouble our effort. It is for us to put in more effort into what we are doing. And on this note, I want to thank our people for the contributions that we are making so far towards the Eastern Security Network. Yes, we need the Eastern Security Network to be at maximum production, at maximum production. And how will we get them there? It is through funding their activities, which is the protection of our land, the protection of Biafra land, the protection of our farms, to ensure that we can go to farms without any kind of fear, without feeling uncomfortable, without thinking, what if? No. This is why we need to protect our land. This is why Mazi Johnathan Chinedu set up the Eastern Security Network. You understand that GMO is not good for you. GMO is a no-no. GMO is a no-no. And how will we stop ourselves from getting entangled in this GMO issue, eating it and all of that? It is by planting our own, the one that we are sure of. And we will not be able to plant that unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. Unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. So GMO is a no-no in our land. All of these efforts, all of this is a way to get us working in we talk about Biafra, we talk about how wonderful it is going to be. But we do not think about the work that is needed. The work that is needed to make Biafra that wonderful thing. I say no ofe maramma no we go buria. You understand? Ofe maramma owe go buria. For Biafra to be that wonderful, that beautiful place, it needs work. And today, the work has already started. The work has begun. The question is this morning, are you going to ask yourself, what are you doing about it? If you are a pastor, what are you doing about it? Are you rather sending money to Europe, sending money to Britain, than bringing that money that they gave you to give to God by giving it to God? And how do you give it to God? By putting it in the protection of the lives and properties of those that gave it to you. By contributing to ESN, you are protecting the lives and properties of those who are even giving it to you. It is common sense. There are things that are very, very important. Your life is very, very important to us. So let's listen to this clip about GMO, and then before I introduce our brother Mazi Madabuchi.
And I come from an organization that is called Zimbabwe Anti-Sanctions Movement. Now, the relevance of Southern Africa being involved in this particular meeting is that we are the victims of this GMO. And the reason we are victims is that South Africa was the first country on the African continent to accept GMOs. And when they accepted GMOs, they accepted it at an interesting time, 1979, when South Africa...
Okay, I'm not sure if this is still playing. Let's see. Seems like we have a little bit of a problem here.
Africa declared war on the entire SADC region in Africa because they did not want these independent African countries to then...
So it's just crazy that this is giving me problems.
liberate South Africa and remove apartheid. And as part of their strategy, they created what was called the National Defense Council. The National Defense Council then said we need to find ways to neutralize Africans and African populations, and we need to find how to do it utilizing business, military, and also science and genetics. They created an institution that is called SAGENE, or SAG. SAG was going to create genetic materials that were going to be used to attenuate African populations and to kill Africans. And that is where the strategy for genetic modification for South Africa came from, and that is also where the use of HIV that was injected in SADC was also created. Now, many of you would know that there's an institution called SIMA that has got commanders of that institution that have begun to admit that they deliberately injected HIV into Africans. But what they do not say is that they also decided to use genetic engineering on food and diseases to also affect Africans.